Welcome everybody to the War Room. This is the pre-game show for KARDS Open 10. That is right. This is the 10th edition of KARDS Open. It's been amazing to see the changes and the growth over the last, I guess, about 2 years now. So we've got a lot to get you caught up on. We have our panel of experts who are going to break down all of the decks. We're going to get you ready and up to speed for the action. It's going to take place in about 30 minutes or so. I will be joined by Ollie, Spooz, and Bubbles to cast all of the action. So while we're getting you ready, let's take a look at the bracket and walk you through who you will be seeing compete today. On the left side of the bracket, we have friend of the show Darkness, who went a perfect 7-0 to qualify and make it to the semifinals. Darkness is going to be taking on Vinnie in our first matchup. On the other side of the bracket, we have relative newcomer Deanne, who has had their coming out party during the OCC in January, continued a very strong push in the February OCC, and here we have them competing in the final four of their first KARDS Open, taking on No in 5. So we have a lot of familiar names. We have one relative newcomer, but I am excited to see how this all plays out. Like I said, we're going to be going to Bubbles, Spooz, and Ollie for the cast in about 30 minutes, where we will find out exactly who is going to take home the lion's share of the $1,500 prize pool. Now, to continue to get you ready, to give you insight into what's going to go on, I am going to be joined by Bubbles and Spooz, and we're going to walk you through the deck lists. Welcome, gentlemen. Now, Bubbles, I have to start with you. Normally you have Darkness sitting to your, I guess in this case, to your left. You're joined by Spooz today. How does that feel? Missing your buddy?
I mean, Darkness is playing, right? So I think it's okay. I've got my replacement German in to take his place. I have a whole sort of cupboard of them. If Spooz was in as well, we get sort of Wild Eyes in. We replace them with each other as needs be.
I will not tell Darkness that he is interchangeable with any other German you happen to find. I will not.
There has to be something in his contract, right? There's written there always has to be a German on his side.
Yeah, I demand it.
I mean, Bubbles, it's better than having to pick out all of the green Skittles out of your bowl in the green room. So I'm totally cool with you having your partner always be German. Spooz, it is great to have you here. I know we haven't been on a War Room together in a little bit, so I'm excited to have you with us. Let's get right into the decks, shall we? I believe we have Darkness up first. Let's jump into to see what we got here. So Bubbles, when you take that first initial look at this deck list, Darkness, of course, going 7-0 in Swiss. What are you thinking?
So obviously, I see the double hand control, hand lock decks that Jaking brought. Not the exact versions, but a few edits to them. But I think he's definitely taken inspiration from Jaking, his teammate here, which is no surprise. Jaking had a lot of success in the recent OCC, so I think learning from your teammates' success and talking with them about what went well, I think is a really important thing to do, and part of the advantage of having sort of a practice group, practice team and KARDS. So I'm very happy to see him do that. We also have the Soviet Italy deck, which once again is a Jaking classic. So maybe you can sort of got a bit of a Jedi Master and Jedi Apprentice situation going on here. And then we also have this Poland deck, which I know is a bit of a new concept, Japan-Poland. We've experimented with it a bit in the past, but it was really not on par with any of the other decks. So I'm very excited to see how this plays out with the new expansion. We've got some new cards for Japan having Intel in a recent patch. Then we also have some new Polish cards in the expansion. So I'm excited to see how this deck works.
Yeah, especially because it's also just showing the Darkness just playing his strengths here, right? Like 4 control decks, not any aggro. 4 decks that just play into the archetype that you want to control your opponent's board, his hand size with the double discard deck. So yeah, Darkness just playing 4 decks that really rely on his strengths, and I think he's the one to beat here today.
Yeah, I do just want to add, while I joke about him learning from J King here and all that. Darkness is a very capable player, and he's very strong at player control. I would be shocked if he wasn't very comfortable in any of these decks, just in his own manner, because control is sort of where he shines.
That's what I was going to ask, because I know you were joking about it, Bubbles, when you said kind of the apprentice versus the master, and hopefully Darkness isn't listening, because I feel like he wouldn't love that comment. But, you know, there is a playstyle difference, right? Some people are more comfortable with control, some people are more comfortable with aggro. You know, Spooz, you brought it up specifically that Darkness is very comfortable playing control. Do you think that that was a big part of this mindset, that he knew, hey, I want to bring control, this is where my strong suit is, I'm going to build a set of decks around that strategy? Do you think that was kind of the mentality going into this?
I mean, he saw J King being very successful with these decks, and 3 of these decks that he's bringing here. And 3 of these decks are really playing into his type of playing the game. And yeah, why would you not use these decks? They are proven to be good. He's just adapting them a little bit into his playstyle with switching some cards that might fit more or he finds fit better into this deck. And then you go for it. And I think, as I said, he's having good chances here with these decks. They showed very strong in the OCC, and I expect them also to be very good here today.
Thanks, Spooz. Bubbles, you know, coming into this, obviously we talked about how J King had seen success with these types of lists. Do you expect kind of the mini, like the tournament meta in the Open to be kind of reflective of what we saw in the OCC earlier this month?
I'm actually expecting it not to be very reflective of that. I think J King was the only person there bringing a sort of hand lock, and with these Britain and Germany, and then Germany and Britain. No one else was really bringing these, and they've not been too popular on the ladder at the moment. So I think while J King had a lot of success with this, it felt a little bit too niche for it to affect the meta. So I don't think people have particularly adjusted to it. I don't think people are really expecting it. I know it was a very smart choice from J King and the OCC to predict this being very good here. But I think most players have sort of overlooked it. So I think Darkness may be able to replicate that success, because I don't think too many people are fully preparing for it. We don't have cards like the M4A one or the Jackson having a spike and play. Jackson obviously being a great counter to the turn 1 U16, as you can just discard your Jackson and get a tank for free. We've not seen any of these tech decks against it. I think people sort of, this still isn't on their radar, and I think if Darkness has great success today with these decks, they are suddenly going to be on people's radar a lot. I think this is sort of the test of, do these decks become meta, or was it just a one-time, success story?
I think that's a really great point, Bubbles, because oftentimes when you see a big event go on, especially the OCC, so much of the community is watching it. They're looking at the best players competing with what they assume are the best deck lists. So you see some people trying to replicate that maybe on ladder or in their next tournaments. But like you mentioned, with one kind of event where you have, let's say, J King performing well, you don't know if it's really something that's going to change and shape the meta, or if it's simply kind of that, hey, people were unprepared, next time around it won't go the same way. So I am curious to see as well if Darkness will have the same level of success. Like Spooz mentioned, he's, from a pedigree perspective, he's got to be one of the favorites coming into this, having all of the experience, having seen success in previous Opens. So I am curious to see how this is going to play out, and not only that, but how it will shape the meta as we continue to move forward. Looks like we have Vinnie's decks up next, so let's bring those over. Spooz, why don't you take a crack at those and let us know what you think?
Yeah, I think Vinnie is one of the players that is bringing the most interesting decks today here. Like, we finally have the first appearance in an official tournament of the 2-pounder deck. A British US deck that is having that small little tiny artillery that is a 1/2 with 0 operation cost to credit artillery. And I think I created a deck like this almost 1 year ago, and it fell out to be very, very strong in the past. But with the new expansion, bringing stuff like the second parachute, like a 2-drop that is giving a unit pincer, and when this pincered unit deals damage to a unit, it kills it. And that is a very good synergy with the 2-pounder and other stuff that like bombers or airplanes in general. And I like to see that deck being played today here, and also stuff like First London Brigade and it, cards that we have not seen in any official tournament so far. And I'm looking forward to that deck, seeing that in action against all these well-designed, well-proven decks. And it will be hard to deal with this for the opponents, I guess. Then we have a US Italy ramp deck. Also some very interesting card choices in that, like the 33rd Livorno Regiment. We also haven't seen that in any official tournament. That is the 5/7 Italian card that is getting its attack reduced every time it receives damage. Or every time it's getting attacked, so it's even stronger than just... So if you attack for yourself, you don't lose attack. If it's getting attacked, it is losing attack there. So very interesting card. And also Air Cobra, also a card that's not played that often in any official tournaments. Then we have Soviet US Control. Okay, that is more like a... You don't see Soviet US that often these days. It's more like you see Soviet Italy these days as a control archetype. Vinnie deciding to go with Soviet US here, which has way more heavy removal like the Avenger and B-17 in it. And then we have one aggro deck in this list, the well-known Japan, Germany aggro Feint Retreat deck. Yeah, I did not see anything that stands out with this deck, just the standard aggro deck. I think he does not want to bring 4 control decks here, just something to have a chance against an opponent that is weak against aggro. And yeah, that's the decks. I'm not sure if I missed anything, Bubbles, if you want to add something or...
I don't think you missed anything particular. I think with the Soviet US deck, an exciting combo to look out for is he does have 2 Euro factories and 2 B-17s. And obviously you can Euro factory a B-17 to get like a Pershing or the other B-17, I believe it is a 6/6 bomber, which cannot be targeted by orders. So there's some excitement there to be had. And also this Livorno that you pointed out, it's very interesting. And my little theory on this is you ramp on turn 2, you drop this on turn 3, you can Man Nostrum it, and it gives you a very powerful unit to fight with against aggressive decks. And with the removal of 99th Infantry bounce, there's a lot less bounce floating about right now. So the idea of putting down a well-statted unit and Man Nostruming it might be stronger than it was before.
Yeah, good points.
So Bubbles, I'm going to start with you because I know your love of, combo decks and otherwise gimmicky decks. And Spooz mentioned, this is the first time we are seeing certain cards in a tournament meta like this. I feel like from a creativity perspective, the game has changed a lot. People are bringing that slightly less standard, so to speak, control list or aggro list or whatever it may be. And they're getting a bit more creative and a little bit more confident in some of these homebrews that they're kind of bringing to events. Is that something that you've been, how do you feel about that? Obviously loving that creative side of things. Are you appreciating that? Do you think the game has kind of turned a corner where people are more comfortable bringing different things? Or do you think that at a certain point there's going to be that swing back to, well, I know these 4 control lists are going to be able to take care of whatever people are bringing. This is what I'm going to do now.
And I think there's 2 different groups of people that look at it. I think you have the sort of very traditional people that are still bringing the traditional decks and having great success from it. However, using traditional decks does put you at a slight disadvantage, which is the people out there experimenting and trying things will be finding these new meta decks before you. You'll be sort of following in their wake. And I think this is something which some players, such as Ari Big Ben, are well known for doing in the past. Ari's known for pioneering a lot of deck types, such as the notorious Fast Heinz deck, which he pioneered in a non-money tournament, foolishly. But I think now people are starting to realize that, hey, if I experiment and I try things, there's a lot of, really powerful ways of playing this game which are yet to be done. I think a big highlighter of this was Viabator in the World Championship. He came in with a lot of decks which no one had seen before and no one understood and no one even knew existed. And he had a lot of success with it, getting himself top 4 in the World Championship. So I think his placement in there and then Deanne's recent success in an OCC with these combo decks has sort of made people realize that, hey, I actually have the space to be free and sort of try out things. And not only do I have the space, there's a real advantage to it. And I think personally there's a bit of a beauty in building your own deck in a card game. I remember playing Magic the Gathering back when I was young, and we'd have, a load of terrible bulk cards. The most enjoyable part was me and all my mates hanging out and building our decks. We'd play a couple games with them, but we'd usually just reconstruct them not long after. I think building cool and creative and expressing yourself through card games is something which people from outside card games, it might sound really weird. You can express yourself through this. You can sort of, be creative and express who you are. But yes, there's so much freedom and that you've got so much choice on how you do it. And I think you can really tailor a deck to suit you, and it's sort of like an art form. And I don't want to get too cheesy with it, but I do think there's a certain beauty to what you can do in deck building, and I'm really happy to see more people opening up to this idea and sort of pushing the boundaries of what is a deck and cards.
I love that answer, Bubbles, because like you said, you can express yourself. Spooz talked about it before with Darkness. His strength is control. That's what he enjoys playing. That's what he's best at. So why wouldn't I build around that? I think as a spectator to cards as well, when you see a matchup go on that isn't cookie cutter, where you've prepped for the deck, exactly every card that's in it and the sequence that they get played, you're able to create a lot more interesting moments and more fun. You get excited about it. I remember watching the qualifiers for the World Championship last year, and the decks Viabator brought, the reaction the casters were having, the fun, the engagement, the surprise that goes on. It creates a whole new viewing experience as well, which I think is really important for the game. Spooz, you brought up creating the 2-pounder or playing the 2-pounder deck about a year or so ago, realizing, hey, this works. Are you on that same vein of we want to be, creative when we can and have fun with it? And it's not just about winning, but about kind of expressing yourself, like Bubbles mentioned.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm a big fan of creating decks for yourself. I mean, I gave up the competitive play of cards long time ago when I'm on stream. I just want to show my audience what you can do with cards. It's not just seeing a deck being played in an OCC, copy it and play it on ladder. I think that's just becoming boring after some time, and it's not really enjoyable. There are always different type of people, right? There are people that enjoying copying decks, playing them, being successful with them, climbing the ladder. But I'm with Bubbles here. It's just the creativity. So with all the card pool there, you have almost unlimited variants of decks you can play, unlimited ideas. You can combine these cards, trials, so many combinations in the game, and that's what I'm really enjoying. And also, it's very, very, as you mentioned already, very highlighting for the audience here to see new decks, different decks, how they compete against each other, how different archetypes are just played against each other, what players have to be aware of when facing a combo deck, for example. You have to play completely different than against an aggro matchup. And that's what it's making deck versatility so interesting and so nice to watch. And I'm really looking forward to see the meta just staying like this, that we see so many different decks in each tournament, and hope this stays for a while.
Awesome. I thank you, Spooz. I think that it's such a great point, because you might see an OCC happen, a KARDS Open happen, the deck lists are available for all, and like you said, somebody grabs it and says, oh, this deck won the OCC, I'm just going to play it on ladder. But that's not how it works. Not understanding it, not knowing it, playing ladder versus tournament, it's so different, but you can get really a better understanding of decks when you're building them yourself, putting them together and working through the synergies. So I totally agree with you there. Let's bring up the next set of deck lists. We got two more to run through. I believe next up we have Deanne. So Bubbles, why don't you get us started with what Deanne's got on the table today?
Yeah, so Deanne's got some very interesting decks today. I think the one I want to start on actually is this Germany-France one. This deck is notorious amongst some parts of the community and unknown to other, and we actually have a nickname for this deck already. which is cornflakes. This deck is referred to as the cornflakes. Because, okay, I'll leave the explanation behind, but let's just say it's sort of like playing against this, it feels like having someone abuse your cornflakes, to put politely. It can be a very annoying experience. It's the most burned thing we have in cards at the moment. It is quite literally burned. You have, cards like Kriegsmarine and Right Bank, which complement very well together. You Right Bank, you Phony War your opponent's hand, you Kriegsmarine, do a whole bunch of damage, and then you have cards like Cross of Lorraine, which is essentially an air blitz, which can cost 0. It can be super, super powerful. And this deck, you just try to burn out your opponents as quickly as possible. It's really, really powerful against decks like USA Midrange. I think this is one of the key decks that can just destroy USA Midrange, because you just burn them out often quicker than they can kill you, unless they get like a blitz. I think the next deck I want to talk about, if we just go left to right, is this Brit-Japan deck. It's credit denial. I don't think there's any other way of putting it. This deck is pure credit denial. We've got 3 blockades. We've got these sort of daylight bombings, all this sort of stuff, the shelling. And then we have 2 Japanese cards, which is Southern Plan. Now, for those that don't know what Southern Plan do, it reduces your opponent's credit slot by 1 and provides you an extra 1. So the whole style with this deck is to get a really early lead using Observer Call to Southern Plan to shelling to create a difference in credits, and then to try and do as much comboing with your commanders as you can possibly before your opponent catches up with credits. However, if the game goes late, your advantage is very much lost. You have a very early game advantage, because at that point every credit matters. But when you start hitting like turn 8, turn 9, your opponent starts to catch up with you. It can really start to fall off a little bit. So you really need a very strong start for this deck to work. We then see, once again, Japan, Germany, Fast Hinds. Not Fast Hinds, Feigned Retreat. Oh god, my mouth today is talking just a complete different language. But yeah, we have Japan, Germany, Fast Hinds. I did it again.
Too many Germans next to you, right?
Too many Germans. I think this Feigned Retreat deck is possibly the most popular deck of the tournament. We see 3 different players bringing this. It seems really, really popular. And I think this is a common thing when players have to bring 4 decks, is they bring the 3 decks they're comfortable with, and then they think, what should I do for the 4th deck? I'll just do Japan Aggro. I'll just chuck that in. It's a very simple deck to play. I think most cards players have had a point in their life where they've been like, oh, I love Japan Aggro, I'm just going to play loads of Japan Aggro. So I think most people are experienced on it, and it's a very nice sort of wild card deck. And then we also have this USA deck, which is USA, I believe, Poland, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is USA Legions. It's a bit interesting. I'm not really too sure how it plays compared to Brit Poland and Japan Poland. I think it's the one I'm least experienced in. Do you have much experience with this one, Spooz?
Not really. Usually these days, as you mentioned, Brit Poland is more common, or even Japan Poland might be the most played archetype at this moment. But yeah, I think this, in my opinion, might be the worst Legion deck. But yeah, there might be a reason why Deanne picked it here. I think we also have to mention that the Deanne is relatively new to the game, and therefore some of his deck choices and also card choices might just be impacted by a not that complete collection there, I think. So I think maybe that was a choice to because we saw him in one of the earlier tournaments play US mid-range a lot, so maybe he's just having a more complete US collection there, and that's why he's choosing US for his main faction here. That's all things we don't know, and that might just influence the deck choices there.
And I think that's a great point, Spooz, because it also gives you the opportunity to, again, like we were talking about before, put something together that's maybe a little bit different than what people are expecting and what they normally see. So you can get a bit creative, maybe throw your opponents off. And that's something that Deanne has definitely been able to do in their previous 2 appearances in OCCs. Definitely been able to mix stuff up. So we've got one final list we want to get through here to get everybody up to speed before we jump into the action. This is No in 5. Spooz, why don't you kick us off and walk us through the deck lists?
Sure. So starting with the German US Fast Heinz deck here without Fast Heinz. We've already seen that in the OCC. A deck that is very, very aggressive. Known 5 is playing with 3 Blitzkriegs in it. So a deck you want to find your early Greif for. That I think that's one of the key cards you want to have in your starting hand. The Greif, that 1/1 tank that is giving all other tanks -1 operation cost. That can just be so explosive in the early stages of the game. Like if you have this in your starting hand, just drop 3 tanks in the first 2 turns, and then on turn 3 you go to the front line, play your Blitzkrieg and overwhelm your opponent. It can be very, very fast, but as we saw in the OCC2 from Kobaznik and John PX, I guess, when your opponent is dealing with your early aggression and can manage to get to the front line even, you have very, very big problems with this deck, and it has to pop off early or you just fall behind and lose the game there. Then we have then we have the US Poland, another US Poland Legions deck. We already saw a similar archetype from Deanne there. So I'm also not too experienced with that archetype, and I'm excited to see how it plays exactly and how you play it on a high level. It just has cards like the 2nd California and it also the Medical Battalion, which I find pretty interesting that it's played in such an archetype. Excited to see if this pays out in this. And the third deck, we have Britain-Japan Air. So Known 5, really, really well known for playing a lot of Brit-Japan Air. I think he's just mastered this deck and it might be his favorite archetype here. He's also bringing the recently buffed Sonya in his deck. And also, yeah, just the cards like Air Superiority. Type 93, also very interesting. I think in earlier stages, he was playing it with 3 of the Type 93. That 1/1 tank that is giving all units +1 attack. He's now down to 1. So I think with the Sonya in it, I think he just found better alternatives for the Type 93 in this deck than that card. And as a force deck, we just have Japan, German, Feint Retreat again. So I think this might be the most popular deck today, as 3 players are bringing this. And yeah, that's the 4 decks from Known 5. Anything else to add, Bubbles?
I think the only thing I really see is the difference in these USA Poland decks. This one seems far more like a mid-range, a bit more aggressive, whereas Deanne seemed a bit more ramp and late gamey. So it'll be interesting to see how these play out, possibly against each other, but also against different opponents, just to see the difference in how they operate and the 2 different styles of this USA Poland deck.
I think that that's a big piece of what we're going to see. You know, we talked about the fact that there are some of the more popular decks that we're seeing 2 or 3 times in this event, but not all card choices are equal. Not everybody's bringing the exact same list. So it's going to be a question of kind of one-upsmanship in that scenario. Whose little personalized tweaks can make all of the difference when you're going into some of those head-to-head matchups. So we have got the top 4 coming up in just a few moments. Bubbles, Spooz, thank you so much for taking the time to break down the decks with us here. We're going to be joined by Ollie in just a few moments, where we have the top 4 compete for a $1,500 prize pool. If you missed the beginning of the War Room, please follow the War Room on YouTube, subscribe to it. I know there's a ton of great content going up there. Bubbles has been putting a lot of work in. I know Darkness has as well. A few other people have been joining in as well to make sure that there is plenty of cards content for you to consume. So check that out. We are going to be back in just a few moments with Cards Open number 10. KARDS Open 10. Ollie, can you believe this is the 10th edition of KARDS Open?
No, not at all. I think it's pretty crazy. KARDS Open has gone through a few different formats kind of since we created it. We've done singleton tournaments and we've done this and that. I think we even did like a KARDS Open week where we did like 30 tournaments or something, but now we're on the 10th tournament. We're starting to see legacies get built within the KARDS Open space, and I'm extremely excited for it. I'm looking at just Darkness back in a top 4 this time around. It's been a while since we've seen him, but he has, of course, won 2 opens and won them back to back, I believe. So, yeah, we're starting to see these kind of open stars reemerge, and also, from the past, we've started to see the open players starting to break through into the OCC. So all in all, I'm just extremely happy with how this is shaped up and how the Open is performing today. This was, I think, our second largest Open in terms of participation from the get-go. So yeah, all in all, KARDS Open 10, really, really good 10th version of this tournament.
I remember interviewing you, I mean, it feels like ages ago at this point, but you were talking about one of your major goals, and part of the reason why the KARDS Opens have changed so much over time was to try and get as many players as possible involved on the competitive side. KARDS Open being kind of that gateway to maybe participating in an OCC down the line and all of that. So I imagine you must be happy with the fact that the numbers continue to grow as KARDS Open continues to evolve.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, what we're seeing now, like with the World at War event that's currently going on in the client, we're starting to also get the capabilities of facilitating certain types of matches and different match formats within the client. So in the future, we're also going to be expecting more community-run tournaments starting to pick up those singleton, mono nation or different type format pauper tournaments. So I'm really excited for 2022 to continue to work with the community on increasing the number of those tournaments as well, now that we've kind of found the good rhythm and stride with the top level competitive side. So
And I think the stuff you're talking about is another great way, again, to continue to get players involved. The pauper formats, single nation, people with a smaller collection are still able to compete. So I think that's an awesome way of getting people involved in competitive cards.
Absolutely. Well, Christo, before we kind of jump into the show today, I want to take a moment and acknowledge everything that is happening in the world. I think it would be irresponsible for us not to. So I just wanted to let everybody know that, we are aware of the situation in Ukraine. We send all of our thoughts and prayers to everybody that is suffering around that conflict, and that we hope there is a peaceful resolution as soon as possible. We are a game that is based on the Second World War, but we've never looked at war as an aspiration, but instead at history as something to learn from. And I hope we can do that, and I hope the world can come together and end this as quickly as possible. Now, I really wanted to just get that out of the way. This is something that's going to be looming over every entertainment broadcast or anything that is happening in the world today. So to all those involved, stay strong, stay safe, and our thoughts are with you.
Thank you for sharing that, Ollie. I think that near and far people around the world are feeling that, and it's weighing on them. So thank you for sharing it and putting that out there. I think it's important to acknowledge it as well.
Yes. But let's turn our attention now to today's tournament, the KARDS Open 10. I believe you want to take us to the bracket or something?
Absolutely. Let's jump in. Let's see who's competing. I mean, Ollie, you mentioned, the return of Darkness, people building legacy. I remember, Darkness, like you mentioned, winning events back to back early on in the KARDS Open infancy stages. I remember Darkness being kind of the name to beat. People got into tournaments knowing that, hey, if I go head to head with him, it's going to be a challenge. Obviously, Darkness has done a lot more recently between casting, content creation, more streaming, and all of that. So, still a very, very popular piece in the community. But going head to head with Vinnie on the left side of the bracket, that is no easy matchup.
No, not at all. And I mean, Vinnie is a player that we've also seen kind of pay his dues, so to speak, within the Cards Open scene. I believe Vinnie has improved a lot through his tournament participation and preparation. We've seen him now in OCCs as well, and I think Darkness is going to definitely have a fight on his hands here. When it comes to Vinnie, he's not going to give up without a fight. These players are also very familiar with each other, so I'm expecting an extremely good series here. Of course, I mean, you don't have to go further to validate their skill than the fact that they are here in the top four, with, you know, over 250 people tried to get here, but now we're only down to 4. So these are the best of the best, and Darkness versus Vinnie, it's going to be shaping up for one hell of a best out of 5. And that's what I love about the Opens as well, is that we get these best out of 5s. You know, this is going to be an extremely deep display of skill by both players to clutch that victory. And then, you know, you move on to the other side of the bracket. You got Deanne versus No and 5. That's like the clash of the titans from the Chinese community. You know, Deanne, nobody had heard of him before January 2022, but all of a sudden he's everywhere. He's been in both OCCs, second place on the ladder. Now he's in the Cards Open top 4. This player is an absolutely, you know, unstoppable beast with momentum that is unparalleled in cards right now. But he's taking on No and 5. No and 5, who kind of took the torch from Hui Hui and became the most consistent and the most successful Chinese player within the competitive scene. So this is like old school meeting new school there on the right hand side of the bracket.
And you mentioned Deanne kind of showing up in January and blowing our socks off, so to speak. Kind of first appearance, going ahead, winning the OCC. But not only that, the types of decks they brought. We talked about it a little bit in the pre-show. Deanne's got a fan in me because the absolute excitement they brought in the first OCC was amazing. I'm excited to see how they do today. Like I said, from a spectator perspective, you can't get much better than the types of lists that they brought in the past. But first up, we do have Darkness and Vinnie. I know we covered the decks on the pre-show, but I do, Ollie, because you weren't there, I want to get your perspective. Anything specific as we bring up Darkness's lists here? Anything specific you see other than obviously that perfect 7-0 record that Darkness brings in from the Swiss?
I mean, for everybody that wants to watch you guys go through the decks, not everybody knows this, but you can basically, if you click on the Cards logo on the Twitch channel, you're going to be taken to the main page of the Cards, and you can go and watch the VOD even though the broadcast is still ongoing. So while, you know, in between matches or whatever, if you want to be catching up on the coverage of these decks, then please find the VOD, rewind, and start watching that. But just like the guys went over here, I think this is an extremely control-heavy matchup here, or control-heavy deck lineup here for Darkness. We know that Darkness plays exceptionally well when it comes to control. You just saw that even during the World Championship, which was probably the most control-heavy tournament that we've seen. He really shined there. Bringing that Soviet Italy deck, taking a page out of J. King's book, I think this deck lineup is going to do extremely well against the field today. And I'm excited to see kind of how Darkness chooses to pilot it today. We've seen him take more aggressive lines in his control decks than recently than we have maybe a year ago. He used to be in a place where he would always make the complete value choice, right? But now he has a better eye for tempo. So I'm wondering if that's going to come into play here in some of these matchups.
I think that's a really, really great point, Ollie. The challenge of playing control lists is that you can't just sit back and wait forever. You have to pick and choose your moment. And the more comfortable you are with those control lists, the more comfortable you can be deciding, all right, this is my opportunity. Now I push aggressive and go to kind of finish off my opponent. So I definitely think Darkness is a vet of these control lists. And I'm very excited to see that kind of change in mentality and see him come a little bit more aggressive in this event. Let's take a peek at Vinnie, no slouch in the Swiss as well, going 6-1, being a little bit more, I guess I want to say a bit more creative in the lineup that Vinnie is bringing today. What are your thoughts, Ollie?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. You just have to look at his Brit list. His Brit list. You know, you got the 2-pounder. That's something that we haven't seen a lot of. A lot of different. Effectively, a really good way to get to Commonwealth and get it quickly with Observer Cores dropping it down. A lot of different buffs. I think this is an interesting list. I do, however, think that kind of on a matchup level, if this runs into something like the Soviet control deck from Darkness, I think it's going to struggle, right? If it goes into those decks that have a lot of targeted removals, and crucially, if Darkness is able to find that removal, of course, there's always that 1 in 20 games where you just don't draw anything you need, and you're completely dead in the water. Bringing USA Italy, that's kind of his version of the hyper ramp as well, and I think that's awesome. I've been playing a lot of hyper ramp on ladder recently. I think it's a lot of fun, but bringing in the Era Cobra is something that I think is super interesting, given that it takes less damage from ground units, so it becomes a sticky unit that is able to trade effectively. Then, of course, we see the Soviet USA looks like a fairly value heavy deck. That's going to be pretty interesting. More of an old school Soviet value deck. And then finally, Japan super aggro. And I think the super aggro side is probably going to be, his best bet to just blitz out and absolutely obliterate one of Darkness's decks if he just doesn't get the right draws. But it's going to be an interesting matchup nonetheless.
And you mentioned having, let's say, kind of that one token aggro list to try and push through control, but there's also the challenge of your opponent does get one ban, right? This is best of 5. They're bringing 4 decks. If Darkness says, I don't want to risk not drawing my control pieces, not drawing my removal, I don't want to risk having that aggro deck run over me in 3 turns, well, we're just going to take that one, move it aside. I'll focus on these other 3 that I can maybe make better value trades with and control the gameplay a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, I think as long as Darkness goes into the aggro matchup with something that allows him to heal, like the Soviet Italy matchup, then he's going to be doing all right. It's mainly if he ends up, he's packing the Bryansk irregulars, right? And for people that don't know, that's like you pin a unit and you deal 2 damage to units on either side. That's an extremely potent answer to a lot of these aggro lists. So
I'm sure that, again, a lot of that comes down to when you've got that aggro control, it comes down to the draw. Do you have the pieces? Do you not? If the aggro player has the cards that can push through, then you're going to have a problem. And that's how it'll break down. But that is one matchup. That would be 1 win out of a potential 3 that Vinnie would need to move forward. So as we mentioned previously, I think this is going to be tough on both sides regardless. We're about ready to get into the game, so we're going to hand it off to Bubbles and Spooz, and we're going to get them rocking and rolling for our first matchup.
All right. Whew.
There we are again, just waiting for the first match. So, Bubbles, what do you think? Who's having the advantage here when Vinnie is facing Darkness?
I'm really not sure. These hand lock decks, I really don't know how well they operate in these matchups. I think if he can get these to operate, if he gets 2 of them to operate, then he's in a really good position. But if Vinnie's scared of them, there's a good chance Vinnie will ban 1, and then he only has to play against the 1 of them. So I think based on that, I think Vinnie may have the advantage just because, if he's scared of these hand lock decks, he can ban 1 of them. And if he's not, there's 2 of them from to play against. So I think Vinnie might have the slight edge, but I'm really not too sure. It could go either way. I mean, these are both really strong players. This isn't the first time they face each other. And I doubt it will be the last either. As for player skill wise, it could go either way on that front. I really think both these players are fully confident and fully capable. What do you think?
Yeah, what I experience, or what my feelings are about these best of 3 formats with you bring 4 decks and 1 ban. If one of these 3 decks is not working against the 3 decks of your opponents, you can't do anything. And I'm not sure how good Vinnie's aggro list is against Darkness list, because they are very strong against Jagger, I guess. Like that Soviet Idle deck, for example, that should be very good against it. But also draw denial. If you can manage to find your root out, for example, or any guards in the early stages of the game, and can make your opponent just bleed out, stop his draw, it can be hard for Vinnie to do anything with this deck. I'm not sure if this might be today's biggest weakness, but also the 2-bounder deck is not looking like it's completely broken. Vinnie just mentioned he brought it to have fun, and maybe he's just here for giving a good show and not for the big money. But I think I'm rooting for Vinnie here just because he is bringing the most creative decks, and just alone for the 2-pounder deck. I'm rooting for him here today.
And I think we have the bans.
Yeah.
So here we go. Yeah, Vinnie banning out one of Darkness's hand-lock decks, banning out the Germany-Britain control one, and then Darkness banning out this USA Hyper Ramp deck. I think these bans make sense, especially getting rid of the Hyper Ramp. It's got a lot of draw in there, and it's got this really powerful late game, so it makes sense to see him get rid of it. And like you said with this Jaggro, actually, if Vinnie can't find a way to win with this Jaggro, and Darkness is very comfortable against Jaggro, he may get a lot of free games today with it, because there are a lot of Jaggro decks in this tournament. So if he's ready for Jaggro, then he may get a good chunk of free games.
Yeah, fully agree. And also banning the German variant here from both draw denial decks also makes sense, because I think the German variant is just a little bit stronger in Jaggro removal and early and Leopold and stuff like that. It's just the better discard or draw denial deck, I guess.
Makes I absolutely agree. I think it's the stronger of the two. I think the German elites also really suit the deck. You got cards like the Comet, you got the Leopold, which you mentioned, but you've also got like the Jag Bomber, and you do get cards like Hipper as well, which are really good. We can see the mulligans here. We see Britain, Germany control coming out from Darkness, and Vinnie starting off with the Jaggro.
Ooh, and a very good starting hand here for Vinnie already with the Signal Regiment in hand. He has a Type 94, 15th Cavalry. Oh my god.
Gets rid of a lot of it though.
Darkness found the Commando, right?
Yeah,
the Commando. He found the Honey, he found the U16. Oh man, it's so sad to see a U16. Earlier this week, after J-King won the OCC, I just played a full discard counter deck with Jackson and M4A1, and in 3 hours or 6 hours on over 2 days, I faced one discard deck and there was no U16 turn 1. And seeing this now here in the Cards Open makes me a little bit sad. But good for Darkness. He's just having the Honey here to cover that 15s. But I'm not sure how he's ever getting rid of that Signal Regiment.
No, I think that Signal is going to be a real difficulty. You might better find some removal for it later. And oh, look at that.
Yeah,
that
what
artwork. That's MI5. Yeah, the new alternative artwork. Finds himself a second Honey, and this Lend-Lease is going to be really important if he can survive to. With a Honey, if you have a Honey on board, you Lend-Lease, you're going to heal for 7. It's a fortification, and it will also help you find removal. But Vinnie getting very aggressive, starting to pressure Darkness, and it's going to force him to start actively trading with these Honeys, and this is going to get them low enough to die to cards like Desperate Measures.
Yeah, I think Desperate Measures is one of the most hated cards for me at the moment. I think it's just so strong in certain situations, especially against Jaggro.
The raiding off the top of the deck as well could be super powerful here. Now, I think you actually prioritize taking out a Honey over these Commandos, because the Commandos, anything that Commandos are going to kill, the Honey are going to kill as well. So you're better off taking out one of these.
That's a good point, yeah.
We see him pressuring face as much as he can, getting as many units down as he can on the board.
Yeah, with that Signal Regiment he can do it, right? Because any unit that is dying is just dealing 1 damage to opponent's face, and you want to get in any damage possible there. There's
Darkness, finding another MI5. Finds a Panzer III, which could help him find a card like Monty or Shannon to buy some time. But Vinnie really putting on a lot of early game pressure, and I imagine we'll see the Desperate Measures come out this turn.
Or maybe Bombing Raid?
Goes for the Bombing Raid, fair enough. And you don't really have anything to do with those spare credits anyway, so it certainly has some sound look to it. There's the Shanning if he wants it.
Yeah, but he already lost 2 Honeys.
Yeah.
No
goes
way to get rid of
Sexton.
the signal regiment. That is Darkness really on the back foot here.
But I think Vinnie can also afford to just ignore this Sexton. Considering going for the desperate measures, doesn't go
he's
for the
going for trade.
yeah, it goes for the trade. Sorry, with the 35T. I mean, you're trading a 2-2 to free up a 2-2, so there's certainly no mistake in that. Wellington is very nice as well, but with this signal on board, even stuff like shelling and carpet bomb, it doesn't get you out of this situation because this signal, every time one of Vinny's units die, it does 1 damage to Darkness's HQ, so he's going to be slowly ticking away.
Yeah, and even if you're in a situation like this, just for the audience that is not too familiar with the game, even if Darkness is finding a carpet bombing now, that signal is still dealing 2 damage, because it is dealing damage first before it dies. And I think that makes it even stronger, right? Like on turn 7, your opponent is usually having a big board and that signal regiment, and you first of all have to get rid of that signal before you can get rid of the board. And that is really problematic and really, really strong from the aggro archetype here. And Darkness with the U16.
We should be able to see Vinny kill his own units this turn. When it comes round to Vinny's turn, I imagine we'll see Vinny trade away his own units, and this way he can Rado and try and find one of these draw engines.
Like the feint retreat, right? And
Yeah.
the chances are very high that he's finding one, because he already had bombing
100%,
raid,
right?
he has desperate measures, yeah.
Because I don't believe he runs Yamato, which means he is definitely going to find one.
Is
Yeah,
he running Enigma? But Enigma would be a
Yeah.
very bad choice here, right? Because Darkness is also down to 3 cards.
Yes, but if you wait till after the Lend-Lease, then it still works. I think I'd like to see Vinny trade before he plays the Mito, because then he can then play the Errado as well. But I don't think it's too much of an error either way. The advantage was if he traded first, he'd then have 2 units on board, and he could play one of these Errados and draw that turn.
Darkness really needs to find some draw here. When that Mito dies, he's down to 1 health, and then so he has to find an answer now. Like Monty might buy him some time.
Yeah. I mean, when Vinny trades both of these units down on board, it will do 4 damage total.
5 damage, right?
No.
Why? 2 from... Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. I'm not sure where the 5th damage came from.
Yeah.
Spooz best strikes again. I'm not sure where that 5th damage came from.
He's able to Errado.
Down to 3. Ooh,
You don't want to play Feigned Retreat though just yet. You definitely want to play your signal first and make sure you have the signal down on the board. I imagine we'll see him play as much of his hand as possible. He may even just go for this pin, just to empty as much of his hand as he can. The only risk he's at is if Darkness has U16 and another form of discard, he could potentially lose both his draw engines. So I actually like him holding onto the pin here, just being extra safe about the double discard.
Darkness using the radar here, bringing him out of dying range here.
Yeah.
Bring himself up to 7 again. So Vinny needs to find additional burn now, because this 3 damage from the units dying is no longer enough. And there comes the 16.
Without a way of killing this signal, cards like Feigned Retreat will just kill Darkness over 1 or 2 turns. It won't be, there'll be no question. If Feigned Retreat is popped and Signal's on board, there'll be no question about Darkness's fate.
So what is getting rid of here? Probably the Enigma.
You get rid of the Enigma. You can play your pin if you want, but I think you're definitely playing Feigned Retreat this turn.
So, and what is Darkness' plan the next turn? Is he going to the front line? You probably don't do this, because then Vinny can trade all of his units that he's drawing from the Feigned Retreat straight into these units.
No, you don't push the front line. You let Vinny push up the front line, and then when Vinny's board is flooded, you Montier, and you try and buy as much time as you possibly can.
I think find the 3rd honey, right? So you can honey Lend-Lease.
I think, you play the Lend-Lease this turn. Finds the tactical strike. Able to take out the signal regiment. That could be game changing. And we've seen the Shiden from Vinny get discarded already. Darkness now able to push up to the front line. Doesn't have to worry about the signal anymore.
By the way, Darkness is not having another honey.
No more honeys. Akita, where does it proc? Hits the guard.
Oh. That tactical strike might be the winning card here for Darkness. Because how is Vinnie ever getting through these guards there?
And also, Darkness is able to play this discard next turn and prevent Vinnie from comboing off any further unless Vinnie can take the front line. So Vinnie... I think Vinnie's unable to take the front line this turn. Which means...
not enough credits. Send our regiment a little bit too late, but I'm not sure if it would have really helped. There comes the wolf pack, and that Wirbelwind has to do all the work now.
It's a really tough situation here for Vinnie. However, game is still winnable. I think it is far from over.
So Darkness moving to the front line. I assume Vinnie's not playing Shiden?
He discarded the Shiden at the start of the game. On the U16 on turn 1.
Ah, yeah, okay. Did not see that one.
So now Vinnie needing some burn from his deck. He only has 2 Mitos in the entire deck, and he's played one of them already. So there's one more Mito in the deck. There is also the Akitas, and these are the main sources of burn here. But the second Wolfpack coming out, and I think this is starting to look like game. Darkness, just by the skin of his teeth here, finding this tactical strike and able to control Vinnie's game.
You know what? Darkness was down to 2, right? He played radar up.
Yeah.
No, he got down up to 7, so he was down to 3. So that one situation where he traded into the Sexton and not going face, do you think that it would have changed something if you would go face there?
It's a really difficult call because it was so early into the game that 1,000 things could have happened differently between there and here.
There goes.
He needs to find triple Akita, but was just Whirlwind into Whirlwind.
How can he have 3?
The Fog of War.
Why am I missing all the key plays here? What the hell is going on?
It's okay. It's okay. Now, I believe Vinnie is able to prevent lethal here by using the pin. To pin out one of these air units in the back line.
And even take one out.
And then fully trade into this front line. You have to you either fully trade into the front line or you pin both of these air units. Clock is ticking. Gonna have to make a decision. Looks like he's going for the pin. He's going to have to pin both of them.
Faster.
Doesn't get off in time.
He
doesn't play the pin quick enough, and that is game 1 to Darkness.
I mean...
Oh no, Vinnie the clock! It just caught him.
Vinnie the clock?
Vinnie the clock.
Winnie the Pooh, we have Vinnie the clock.
Dude, it just caught him off.
Oh,
that was like half a second longer he needed, and he would have potentially survived. And who knows what could happen next turn? We saw him getting an Akita then. It could have swung his way. This deck can be very explosive, but not quite pinning in time.
Wow, that was very intense.
Is that the first time we've seen a Feigned Retreat deck lose to the clock?
Might be.
It might be, and that's a difficult position. Especially when this is one of the weak points in this matchup for Vinnie, and he was doing, I'd say, relatively well with it that game. He had a really nice start, and he was able to pop the Feigned Retreat. I'm concerned that he may not get a better match than he had that one with the deck, and it's going to be a difficult deck for him to win in, like you say.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the other decks, like Darkness, Japan, Poland, is even having more guards potentially. And that Soviet Italy, I mean, I think this deck is just designed to be good against Jagger.
We see Darkness going for his Japan-Poland deck. We see Vinnie going for his Soviet ramp.
That can be interesting.
Now, he does have the Zukov on turn 1, but I believe he has multiple infantry in the deck, so we may see him save it.
Yes, especially because he's also having that battalion there in hand. I assume there are even more. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe he's only having these two. Let me check.
No, he has the 272nd Guards. He's got the Naval Brigade, and he's
Sixth
got the 6th
Airborne. Yeah,
Airborne.
yeah.
So he's going to want to hold on to that for a bit. Darkness having both Tarnos in hand.
But also one plan west, which is not too bad.
Yeah, and he can get a lot of units out onto the board with the Plan West and the Scouting Party, and then he is able to heal off this as well.
Can just check the whole hand here from Vinnie with the Agency Africa.
Steals the Zukov. Oh no, that is not the card you want to steal.
Just played straight away now.
Yeah. So for those that don't know, Zukov draws the Soviet infantry from your deck and reduces its cost for the turn. But obviously, Darkness having no Soviet infantry in his deck because he does not have a Soviet deck. Oh, I think the KV may be the most valuable of the three, but the first rifles is also very powerful.
Yeah, I think you always go for KV here, because Darkness deck is not really having that much direct removal.
And yeah, if a Tano regiment is on board, it can really do a lot of damage very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And he decides to go for it.
Yeah, I think it's the logical choice. Darkness goes for his Plan West, but Vinnie, having a lot of ramp, is going to be able to completely skip the mid game. And both players are going to have a lot of board wipes. We've got obviously Japan board wipe, and we've got cards like Uprising. But then Vinnie also having. Oh, does he not have the ISU? Sorry, my mistake. Vinnie does not have much board wipe. I assumed he was running the ISU.
He's also not having Winter Offensive, right?
No, yeah.
Okay.
I suppose though, if you plan on having lots of bombers and units on board, you don't want to be nuking your own bombers. So there is some real logic to it.
Makes absolutely sense. And he's also having Night Witches in this. Maybe uses that as a sort of AoE, because the bombers, you have whether the bombers to attack enemy units, or you just have from the people you get from the destruction effect of these bombers. He's also playing redeployment. That is interesting.
A lot of legions from Darkness here. I think he's going to be able to put a lot of pressure on, and he can heal for quite a bit as well, as you've seen. He's already healed up to 27.
Honestly, it might backfire here that Vinnie is not having any sort of AoE.
It may do, but if he gets this B-17 down early enough, he may just be able to trade away. Hitting the damaged legions, unfortunately.
Darkness finally raiding brigade can get rid of that heal there. But there might be... Ooh. Darkness with a full front line. Move here just to get rid of that B-17 as soon as possible. So Vinnie, can he just... he cannot really protect... Oh, you can with the T-60 protect that bomber. Or just playing partisans, even better. Do this. Oh. Oh.
And we
That
see
is not
this,
looking too good.
This early B-17 from Vinnie is putting in a lot of work already.
So Darkness is down 3 or 4 Polish units?
4 legions.
4, right? He played double Plan West.
I mean, we may just see him go for a redeployment soon and try and find some AoE. But I feel like you want to get a Tano down before you play redeployment so that you've got some draw afterwards and you've got this guarantee of a Tano. You see Vinnie having his heal engine destroyed here by Darkness with the raiding brigade. I just point out as well this lovely little box that Darkness has on his side of the board. This table prop for Japan, I think, is one of the nicest ones. This food ration box.
I always get hungry when I look at this.
I'm
Like
like,
nice
oh,
Chinese food.
I should get a takeaway.
So how do you come back when you're Darkness here? Just wait for your uprising, your board clear.
I think
the last
you're trying to hit this Tano redeployment combo where you refill your whole hand and you have a Tano regiment left over. The issue is you see these little recons here from Darkness. He's finding the amphibious, so he's able to take out this KV. There is another KV for Vinnie somewhere in his deck, and these recons can really backfire because every time they trade, they draw you a card and ping your HQ.
Yeah. But now
Vinnie,
yeah, go on.
I found another B-17. Unfortunately for him, Armored Train will not protect his current one. However, he can go for these guards. These guards are very powerful against Japan because there's this uprising, this to the last man, all of these things where it destroys both players' boards. Well, actually, Vinnie with this Joseph Stalin tank, so it can be very powerful in this matchup. I wonder if we'll see Darkness just put a fighter down just as protection from this B-17. Goes for the Tano, goes for the long-range recon.
Huge amount of healing.
Yes, that is 12 health
Plus
points.
12.
Oh my lord.
I think that was the strongest long-range recon I've seen after the nerf. Plus 12, that's a lot. Back to 23. So he should not really care about that B-17 any longer going to his face. And Vinnie starts to, or needs to start trading units away with it now. So the situation is not completely getting out of control for him.
I think there's some logic as well to trading this light infantry and dropping the second B-17 under this guard, because if you've got two of them on the board, you then have a lot of threat again. You can also go for the B-17 attack onto this Tano and use the naval grade to kill it. I think destroying Tano regiments very quickly can be very, very important. So yeah, we'll see him take out the Tano. Unfortunately for him, though, Darkness does have a second one. However, if Darkness expends the second Tano, that could be two of his win conditions out of the window. It's a very risky move. Manages to get the T60 discard. I think that's an okay card to have discarded. I think T60 or War Bonds you'll take, but really you're hoping it hits this War Machine, and if it hits this B-17, you could be in a lot of trouble. Darkness now, finding a desperate measures. Considering going for the Tana, I imagine he'll follow up with the redeployment.
Yeah.
Shuffles his hand back into his deck, refills it.
And I played Intel this week, and I just realized how strong it is to know your opponent's hand exactly.
Oh, it's
so once
powerful.
you know your full hand, you can play it completely different than you would if you don't see it, and that's a big advantage that Darkness is having here. He knows there's only one B-17 left as a threat here. Additionally to that one that is already on board.
We do see this uprising as well, and I think we may actually see this uprising come out soon. I think he's going to want to trade into this 270 seconds, where it's going to spawn in this new Joseph Stalin, and then we may see the uprising come out. He may also try to buff his legions to have more than 4 attack, and then you can actually play Banzai and have your legions survive. The only downside is this Tano is guaranteed to die.
Yeah, and it's already his second run.
And we see Vinnie setting up the Avenger, right?
Yeah. So I think Vinnie just wants to have more draw here. That's why he played the Warbans.
Yeah.
Get one additional draw next turn.
As Vinnie clears the board, Darkness's AoE becomes more and more powerful because it's gonna affect less of his own things and more of Vinnie's things.
Yeah, that's what is so hard about playing against legions, right? You get not really a good benefit from trading the board clear, because then your opponent is just you're improving your opponent's uprising with it, and that is really annoying when playing against legions. And Darkness deciding to play Underground State on what here?
I imagine the Armored Trainers. He probably doesn't want to heal these guards.
Darkness deciding to keep the uprising. Wants
I
to kill
wonder
the...
if we'll just see him go for the draw into the pin. He does see this Avenger, so he may try and do something about this. I'm just not sure what he has in his arsenal as an option. He can go for the Takasaki. However, Vinnie would be able to play around that by attacking with the B17, so it doesn't achieve too much. Doesn't have a way of buffing his desperate measures out.
He's also having a full hand, so cannot play any intel card here. Otherwise, he would overdraw and find and overdraw maybe one of the key pieces.
Quickly picks himself the Kika. Is he going to go for the Avenger before attacking with the B17? That'd give him a 50-50 chance of hitting the unit he wants. I think he's really better off attacking the Takasaki with the B17 to guarantee his Avenger hits this Tano.
Absolutely.
I mean, taking the 50-50 just isn't what you want to do in these situations. And yet, we see him go for it. Prioritizing guarding both his bombers over the HQ, I think a very sensible decision in this situation. These bombers right now are the key thing keeping Vinnie in the game. I think I'd like to see an uprising come up from Darkness real soon.
Yeah, first of all, he needs to find a way to kill that 272nd, right?
He can go for the Kawanishi Desperate Measures, and that will do 4 damage to everything, and it will really disrupt Vinnie's board.
You can also just trade the Raiding Brigade into it. Raiding Brigade, Desperate Measures.
That is true. Raiding, Desperate Measures, Uprising. I think I like that line more, actually. Goes for the long-range recon. Can still go for the Desperate Measures, trade into Uprising. And then you do discard an opponent's card as well with this Takasaki. I really like this combo where you uprising the board, you kill your own Takasaki, and you make your opponent discard a card. And right now, B17 and We Can Do It are really high value hits, and the Armored Train you take as well, because it allows you to hit face with your fighters.
Especially because your opponent is out of guards then, and then you have free way with the kicker and with the oh no, this is not a Shiden, but you have free way with the kicker to trade out these bombers.
Darkness deciding to play a little bit slower, pushing up to the front line.
He really wants to keep this AoE for later. Tries to get rid of this situation in a standard way, keeping his good removal back. Because he sees that Vinnie has a lot of stuff as a backup there, just like another B17 armored train.
These units that are going to replace themselves, such as the T60 and these guards, are going to be really, really powerful this matchup. Able to get more longevity out of your cards is super important in these high-value matchups, such as control mirrors. We do see the red banner, but I would be surprised if we saw the double Joseph Stalin come out, because really what's making it so powerful is the fact that you get it from this destruction effect. If you produce 2 Joseph Stalins, they'll just die to AoE. You really want these to be spread out amongst like multiple waves and not have one big wave of powerful units. Red banner gets discarded by the Takasaki.
Now, there comes the Desperate Measures. So very smart from Darkness to keep his AoE.
Look at this. Uprising.
Because now he also catches a
10
T60
damage to a wall. Completely wipes Vinnie's board and puts Vinnie in a really difficult situation. And look at these hand sizes now as well. Darkness having a far bigger hand. I believe that is Last Rites in Darkness's hand, one of the new artworks.
Yeah, I think so too. That's the credit card most, right?
Yeah. To the Last Man as well, but Darkness has a lot of options now. You can go for the pin. I feel like getting this Tano, this Karas down soon may be pretty valuable, because while he has a lot of options, none of them are too incredible. They're all a little bit slow.
I want to mention, he's having a lot of cards, but not a lot of cards that are doing anything here for the board. So if you're Vinnie, are you going to ever be 17 that Karas? Not really, huh?
I mean, you can go for the sickle, you can see what you find. There's certain logic to playing the B17 to kill the Karas just so you have a B17 down as well and preventing Darkness from finding more useful cards. But you know if you play that B17 that it's most likely going to die. And that's a really difficult decision to make, especially when you have Euro Factories left in the deck. And you can use these Euro Factories on the B17 to try and get this untargetable bomber. And an untargetable bomber in this matchup could be the difference between victory and defeat. So I imagine we'll see Vinnie wait for the Euro Factories before using the B17.
Yeah, that's a good point, especially because Darkness' only answer against that B17F would be the To the Last Man, or maybe the kicker.
Yeah.
To go into it, but if you can manage to guard it, that kicker is kind of useless against that.
The kicker also, unfortunately for Darkness, doesn't destroy it on one hit. We find the 6th Airborne as well here for Vinnie. So these Euro Factories are going to be super, super powerful for him if he's able to find.
Decides to draw first here. I think the big advantage here for Darkness is that last rights in his hand. Because the fatigue match, he will always win the end game there when stuffs are getting, when the decks are getting smaller and smaller, he can just play these last rights, give himself 8 more cards, and with any other nation, you cannot really compete with that one. So he's not even forced to play the kamikazes. Just use these kamikazes to give you additional draw. And there goes that one. And that is the big advantage that Darkness is having here. Vinnie is having a lot of value. He's only having 3 cards in hand, but all of them have a lot of value. Armored Train, not that big, but the B17 and that 6th Airborne. Really, really strong cards.
I mean, there's a lot of AoE left for Darkness, though, right? He has, I assume, another Uprising. He has a To the Last Man and a Banzai left. There's still a lot of AoE left. I think it's going to be difficult for Vinnie to establish more than like 2 to 3 units at once. I think any more than that, you overcommit yourself. And what this means, though, is Vinnie's victory is going to be a very slow one if he's able to put it out, right? He's going to be very slowly chipping away at Darkness, which does give Darkness a few more opportunities to find what he needs. Like this, you don't really want to commit more than you already have here on the board.
Yeah, this already looks like a little overcommit, but with this first rifles on board, To the Last Man is not that strong because it gives your opponent 1 additional card back from the destruction effect from the first rifles.
Exactly, yeah.
So that's the strong thing about T60 here in this matchup. It is not just a threat with the 2/4 that can deal constant damage to your opponent's face. Also, when your opponent destroys it, it gives you an even bigger threat with this T34.
I'd like to point out as well, Uprising is not particularly viable for Darkness as a solution to a board like this because of these 2/3 infantries from Vinnie. If Uprising does like 15 damage to this, it's going to heal Vinnie for like 15.
Yeah, they're really strong in decks like this or against this because it can give you so much heal potentially without hitting your HQ. Darkness really
goes for the Banzai.
Not too bad. Good setup for To the Last Man later.
Yeah, I think also identifying the fact that he's probably not going to get a great option for the Banzai later on into the game. I really like Vinnie holding onto this Armored Train. I'd be very tempted myself to play it, to start spamming out like infantry and be a bit more aggressive with them. But identifying that, hey, this is a really powerful guard, which is really difficult for Darkness to trade into with fighters. I'm going to save this for as long as I can so I can use this later in the game. I mean, right now, tempo is not the name of the game, it's just value.
Yeah, Darkness really has to be careful about his removal, because there's so much stuff left in Vinnie's deck. Like, having at least 1 T60 left, maybe 2.
Goes for the Naval Op and the Tora.
Playing the Kawanishi here. Forcing out the B17 from Vinnie, probably.
I think we'll see him hold it there. I think he's really waiting for these Euro Factories. No, goes for it now.
You cannot really let a Kawanishi on board, I guess.
Like this, putting them on the left side of the HQ. This way his Armored Train is protecting his B17. He does give up HQ protection, but I do believe it's worth it because of how important this B17 is. Darkness may go to the last man here. Does still have an uprising left in the deck.
And also just go kick a face here. There is the to the last man. Nice.
Saves his draw. Vinnie finds the Night Witches. Could potentially be somewhat powerful in this matchup. These extra pieces of removal you'll get, it could be really, really powerful. I mean, the bombers themselves probably won't last for too long. You know, a Tora can come out. You can have a fighter come out. There's a lot of things which can get rid of them, but it does give you from the people to deal with cards like Shiden and Kika. Just
I think that's Darkness probably not having that many units left in the deck, right?
Yeah.
Other than the kicker is already having in hand, and then
there's the other uprising. Now I don't think he can play this uprising without killing these infantry first. Otherwise, the heal could just be game changing. Goes for the underground state. Possibly putting down a wave of legions. Could go for the other underground and the section too. That's trying to establish some units. Finds a plan west. He's able to find another intel card. It could be very good. Partisans could be huge this game, especially with the Euro factories left in the deck.
There are 2 left, right?
There are 2 left in the deck.
God.
That is
and
correct.
you lost the red banner already from the discard.
However, 2
7
Partisans
cards.
and 2 Euro factories could be absolutely huge. There's 11 cards left in Vinnie's deck, 7 left in Darkness. However, Darkness does have a way of extending his deck size with this last rights. But the decks are getting thin. Darkness able to establish quite a nice board for himself. This is where Vinnie would want like the Winter Offensive or the ISU, but he's not packing those. And it's starting to get to that really, really calculated part of the game. I believe there is still a confusion left in Vinnie's deck, which could be huge with one of these legions. Both players should know pretty much exactly what's in each other's deck and exactly what the chances of top decking each different card is. So it comes down to a really calculated part of the game. Darkness, considering the Amphibious Assault, takes out the infantry. I think that speaks volumes about the potential uprising incoming.
Decides to go to the front line here. The good thing for Darkness here is both do not have the equal amount of health.
However, if Vinnie sickles the 5-5, he could potentially find the confusion and set himself up for a really nice trade. Considering just going for the 6th Airborne.
Into the 5-5.
Yeah. War Machine, not what he is looking for at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, his top decks will not be that great, right?
Yeah.
There might be...
I think there's
how many? Did he play 1 or 2 confusions so far?
I believe he played 1 confusion.
Okay,
so I think
then there's 1 confusion left, 2 Ural factories left.
Yeah, there's a Partisans left. I believe there's actually a Parade left in the deck somewhere.
That was a good top deck.
Not actually running the Cuban Cossacks. So I'm not sure what is left in the deck to Parade. But I'm sure there's something left.
He's 60 maybe. I think
Tractor Factories left in the deck as well. Oh, just found it there, sorry.
Yeah, he just found it this turn.
Wait, well, he's used both B-17s.
T-17? No, T-60s.
Oh, T-60, sorry. Yeah, he should have a T-60 left, yeah. And a Tractor a Parade on a T-60 could be huge, and that's also 2 T-34s. So it gives you a lot of longevity in a game where longevity is super important.
Yeah, that might be the big advantage here. Darkness not with too many pressure left here. I think he just has to see now how he controls the board, bringing Vinnie down to 0 cards left in his deck. And
Now,
then just...
this scouting party could backfire.
Yeah, I think he's not going to play it here.
I mean, they're drawing extra cards, especially when Vinnie can proc it with things like the signal. Vinnie can actually make Darkness draw extra cards and hit Fatigue a whole lot sooner.
The Darkness, probably?
Just goes for the pass.
Just
Vinnie
goes for the
finding
pass.
another T60. I'm very concerned that this parade is going to have no units left to parade.
Oh, man. Might be.
And I
Fewer
think
factories, one confusion.
Vinnie really needs to save this tractor factories for after this uprising comes out. But Darkness starting to look like he's in a little bit of trouble, and I don't think he's going to be able to fight it down Vinnie too quickly, especially if Vinnie holds back this guard.
Yeah, this T60 was so important. I'm not sure if I would have loved to see Darkness playing the kicker last turn, go face there for 6 face damage. And it also gives you a 5 health fighter there.
I mean,
with
it's
your opponent.
worth noting that Vinnie doesn't have a huge chunk of HP. I know he's on 22, which is more than default, but at this stage in the game, that's not a huge chunk of health. And especially when you're playing a deck like Circuit Control and it's this late in the game, you know, a couple hits with the Shiden and a couple hits with the kicker, and you are getting really low on health.
Yeah. And then you're almost at a point where you can just play these kamikazes to kill your opponents faster. Because from the kicker you get 4, from the last rights you get 8, so it's 12 additional damage. And if you would have set him to 16 here, and this turn you could go Shiden on the T60, go face there, set him to 12, and that's 12 potential damage. But sure, I'm pretty sure Darkness knows what he's doing here. Getting rid of the airborne there with the kicker, giving himself 4 kamikazes now. So they both should be equal in deck size now. But Darkness with a way worse draw now with these kamikazes, potentially. Just another kicker, holy moly. Oh, he got that other one from the Soul of Old Japan. Or did I miss something again? So... Oh man.
The Shiden comes out, but it's gonna get stolen. Darkness probably going to use his Shiden right here. I think Vinnie, he can steal it, he can attack phase with it, and he can confusion it. It's sort of the perfect storm here for Vinnie. And there's some really good 6 drops you can get out of this. I believe the Osaka is probably... Oh no, is that 5 drop? The Osaka?
I think so, that 4/7.
Finds the Ginga!
Ooh, a bomber.
Yeah.
But Darkness with the kicker in hand.
However, if you play the kicker and don't blitz face, you could be, you know, putting yourself into a difficult scenario. So actually, there's only 2 Japanese 6 drops. There's the Ginga and the Tony.
Oh, Tony would have also been huge.
I think the Tony would have been the more useful of the 2.
Absolutely agree. Kicker. I think he's getting rid of the bomber. But Vinnie with a very good potential tractor factories here now. Can kill the kicker and go face. It would be insanely good. And also forces Darkness to maybe play his Uprising again. I would love to see the tractor factories here.
I don't know if you can track it. I think you just T34. The tractor factories really sets you up to get uprising. Deck's getting really, really low. Darkness puts 4 extra cards in his. Vinnie tickling Darkness's face for 1. Darkness going to be drawing a lot of kamikazes now.
Just 17 more turns.
And the fact that he's playing these makes me think he's looking for a very specific card. Finds a bombing raid. It's a very powerful card.
How many kamikazes can you have? It's 8, right?
Wait, did he play Last Rites already?
No, he had played 2 kickers.
Oh, he played 2 kickers. Yes, sorry. I was a little bit like, wait a minute.
And there he
So-
goes. He's just playing this now, gives him 8 back. He's having the bombing rate. Exactly 12 credits for 12 damage next turn. 11 damage.
So Vinnie needs to find a solution. He can go for the South Sickle, but not going for it.
So this means Darkness is taking the 2-0 lead here.
A very calculated lethal here from Darkness.
You know what? I really would have loved to see Winnie do the Tractor Factories last turn. Because that would have been 5.
I think you were right, yeah. Spooz was right.
When did this ever happen? What the hell? Yeah, that sets up a lot of pressure for Darkness, and he could not do that play that he's doing now. And very, very well played here. Darkness knew exactly what he had left on his side and on Winnie's end. And just with the almost perfect lethal here.
And these kamikazes, yeah.
Okay, he made it a
Really
perfect, but there was one
beautiful.
kamikaze left.
And
GG.
Darkness 2-0. Very powerful start for him. Does still have to win on this Soviet Italy deck. However, it's a very powerful deck. I don't think he'll have too much trouble winning with it. I think that was a beautiful display of value and calculation from Darkness there, knowing exactly how to find lethal when most of us missed it. Not all of us, but most of us.
Yeah, also when to use your tools like the kicker, right, and the shitten, holding them back for potential threats. And
I'd
then-
like to point out as well, Darkness ended the game with an Uprising in hand. He could have still Uprising that board and bought himself a whole bunch of time.
Yeah. So that just shows how much removal is in that deck with all these Banzais to the last man, double Uprising, then all this AoE with Tora, and with potentially combined with the Kawanishi. Wow, that is just a lot of board wipe potential there. So, and Darkness has to win with his last remaining deck here with the Soviet Italy control deck, and Winnie is bringing... What is Winnie bringing? The 2-pounder deck. Just for me,
Yeah, I mean,
so I can see it again.
your
Nice.
back's against the wall. You've brought this deck to have a good time. You may as well bring it, right?
I mean, you have to win it with it at some point, so why not bring it now just to make the caster happy?
I know Darkness is 2-0, and Darkness has been playing beautifully, but I think these games have actually been fairly close. I think this series has been a lot closer than the stats would make it look.
Absolutely. I mean, just remember match number 1 when Darkness was down to 3 and could come back from that one. And also that one was not too obvious win here for Darkness. 1 or 2 other decisions there from Winnie and the game could have gone different maybe.
Yeah, or if he'd gotten the Tony instead of the Gingo, it could have been a very different game as well.
Yeah. Because he was down to 5 health at the end, right?
Yeah,
Darkness?
yeah,
And
it
that
could have been
potential
very
5
different.
more damage and the game could have gone differently. Oh, and this is the perfect thing where the 2-pounder shines, like 0 attack.
However, it is on burrow time.
Oh, what? Decides to go face here. Okay, Darkness
yeah.
cannot attack with both of them.
It
So it
makes
does not-
perfect sense.
Yeah, does not really make sense to take one out because Darkness can only attack with 1 because he's only having 3 credits.
I imagine we'll see Darkness take out the Pounder over the Honey. Yeah, there'd be very little logical reason to go for the Honey here. So I think that's just a sensible move. We do have Commonwealth and Rule Britannia in this deck from Vinnie. There's some big late game powerhouses. And he does have a single War Bonds as well, which he's managed to find. There's only 1 copy of War Bonds in the deck.
Yeah, especially when you know that your opponent is having the second para in his deck, you really want to get rid of artillery, because that artillery pincer with a unit that can kill anything with just dealing damage to it is really, really strong.
And we see the engineers in Darkness's hand as well. This could be super powerful this game for pushing Darkness out of Commonwealth range. If you're not able to find these engineers, you do set yourself up to potentially be Commonwealth. and we see Vinnie ramping it up. I'm interested if he'll go for the Bletchley or if he'll stop it off at the sonar and just try and brick as much of Darkness's hand as he possibly can.
Yeah, it's always a tough choice, right? I'm never sure what to do. Bletchley is not really that great in these days, and Darkness deck is having a lot of cards that cost more than 5, and you might just waste 4 turns here or 5 turns just going to Bletchley and send cards back that don't affect the game at that point that much.
I like seeing the R3 come out here. I think it's a very powerful drop. Slam it down, set back a lot of Darkness's tempo, and we'll see what he goes for. Or we won't.
He was teasing us.
I was like, I know you're thinking about this.
Blackwatch is also
Ooh.
very good in this matchup.
Ooh.
Ooh. Hey, Vinnie, don't do this to us.
He's teasing us.
Stop it.
We may just see Vinnie try and deploy as many units as we can because he does have this Rule Britannia. He can go for the C4 for the Blackwatch, and then next turn he can go for like the Para as well. Or he may go for the Para even this turn. He may push up. No. I think he's saving the Para for when he gets insta value out of it. But he can definitely set up a very powerful Rule Britannia.
Yeah, that Warburns really helped him a lot to get into this Rule Britannia range faster.
Lion for a Day coming out, taking out the Churchill.
And I think Vinnie is still thinking what to do with this 9 credit research there.
I think he's going to go Bletchley. I think he was just waiting until he can Bletchley the next turn after. Because if you go for Bletchley on turn 10, then you have it turn 11, you can't play it, it gives Darkness more options. Goes for the Bletchley.
There he goes.
So
I'm
what's
Darkness
Darkness going to have left? He's going to have 2 cards remaining in hand and the KV remaining on board.
Yeah, and no draw in the next 6 turns then. That is huge.
Yeah.
So if Vinnie can manage to deal with his board there at this point, kill the KV, kill the 272nd, I think that Winter Offensive is not doing that much. Darkness might be in trouble here. Oh, smart. He knows that the Bletchley is coming, so better get additional units on board.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely makes sense. He could have also put the Man Nostrum on the KV to ensure that he has a Man Nostrum unit before the Bletchley comes out. Here comes the Bletchley, and we'll most likely see the Rule Britannia follow-up to try and pressure Darkness as much as he possibly can before Darkness is able to re-establish himself.
Makes perfect sense, absolutely. And also the Observer Core there makes it possible that Vinnie can play Blackwatch.
Yeah, and this Blackwatch will make Darkness's Winter Offensive 10k, which will be just a little bit of, extra punishment.
Ooh, but down to 12 health already.
Yeah, but if you put this Blackwatch down, you do get a very big guard. I believe it will be a 7/7 guard.
8/8, right?
8/8?
With the
Oh
Rule
yeah, I'm
Britannia?
thinking of super old Blackwatch. You remember when it was a 1/5? Ages ago.
So what else can Vinnie do here? Carpet is not doing that much.
And he
You
can
have
go
the Rule
for-
Britannia here, right?
You can go for the Rule Britannia, you can go for the Alliance with the Power as well, though. So you can put down the Power and you can trade aggressively using the Alliance as well. But I think I prefer going for the Blackwatch and going for the Rule Britannia. I think it's a much safer play, especially when you know what's coming from Dark. I mean, you don't know what exactly is coming from Darkness, but you know there's not going to be too much coming. There comes the Rule Britannia, gets the 8/8 Fury.
Ooh, that is scary.
Some real big honeys as well. Able to go for the Alliance next turn if he wants. And this board from Vinnie is looking terrifying. And I dare say we may be looking at a Vinnie game here.
Yeah,
And-
Vinnie can manage to find the Monty or Shelling. That Blackwatch just might give the Darkness big trouble there.
I think it's going to give him big trouble either way. An 8/8 Fury is just a very scary unit.
Yeah, but Darkness is having ways to kill the Black Watch. Oh, decides to go for it instantly. Oh no.
Vinnie has 2 alliances. I imagine we'll see him play one of the alliances, trade a honey into this KV, push up into the front line. I believe Darkness was trying to set up a winter offensive here. Considering trading with the guard instead.
Oh, there comes the Parasy. Oh,
the
man.
Paro and the honey taking out the yolks of Stalin. The little honey that could. And we see the value in this Paro instantly. Where it comes out and your 2k tank is now trading into a 10k tank.
And now Darkness is having the problem. I don't know, he can still kill it. Can trade it to the honey.
Kill it, but
T34.
yeah.
But look what is waiting in the backline there. Another 1488.
And you also have this this big honey as well. And if you buff this with Alliance, then it's even scarier. Because it can trade and survive. 2-pounder coming out for Vinnie as well. I imagine we'll see him put down the 2-pounder, go for the Alliance, and Darkness really limited in his options because of this Bletchley. We know he's got 2 52Ks on top of his deck. There's a Man Nostrum on top of his deck as well. Man Nostrum possibly being the most useful one he could find. Finds the 52K instead though. We'll probably save the T34. Wait until you get the Man Nostrum and you can save. But Darkness saying GG already. Knows what's in the front line. A 5-attack Fury. The Para putting so much work this game. And Vinnie with the 2-pounder deck crawling back and taking the game. Making it 2-1. And potentially if he gets a good start with the Jaguar deck, he could take the series. I think Vinnie's Soviet may be better than Darkness Soviet in the mirror. Just because of the ramp aspect.
Yeah, I agree.
So it could be looking at like a somewhat close series for Vinnie here. I think a lot of it will come down to what happens with this Jaguar matchup. And that is very much a Darkness favored matchup. But if you can get a feigned retreat off early enough, you can potentially just burn Darkness out even when he's on a lot of health.
So what do you think is Vinnie bringing here next? The Soviet one or the...
I think you bring the Soviet one.
Yeah.
If you bring the Soviet one and you can win a game, you can put Darkness against the wall.
So...
You
Vinnie
see the
did
Soviet,
go for the Soviet one.
Both players will know the matchup. It's value against value. Darkness having stronger direct removal and more healing. Vinnie having bombers and ramp. These are the 2 advantages of the side decks. We see the Mulligans here. See
Also
Darkness.
the very similar starting hand.
Yeah, but Spooz, you see what's in Darkness's hand? Though?
Yeah, the Monastery.
Yeah. Now this destroys all of Vinnie's units and spawns in one over 1 lower cost if they exist. Otherwise, it just leaves the unit on the board. But there could be some very interesting combos with this.
Yeah, I had some fun on Friday, I guess, with it. I played against the tokens deck, and holy moly.
You turned it all into 5/5/4?
Yeah, and I had Winter Warfare, and he just built a nice little board with 7 tokens, and I played Monastery into Winter Warfare and got an instant surrender. So against several archetypes, this can be just so broken, that card. But look at this board, for example, from Darkness here, or from Vinnie. This is not a board where you want to play the Monastery on.
I mean, you can turn these engineers into 5/5/4 infantry regiments.
Sure.
Which could
but you also give your opponent the T34 and give him another 3-drop there and another 4-drop. So
I want to see it come out. I want to see it, Spooz. I'm excited. I've not seen it yet. Come on.
We might see it at some point. I'm pretty sure.
You gotta do it now.
Nah, not now. You don't do it on that board. Why would you?
Now. Get rid of the armored train. But yeah, destruction effects do still trigger from this, which means it can be difficult against Jaggro because you can trigger the destruction effects of their Mito and their Akita and then give them a replacement card. And it can also be difficult against Soviets with their destruction effects. So it can be a little bit of a two-edged sword.
Yeah, it's also sad that Japan is not having a 0 credit card. You cannot use it to get rid of things like Signal Regiment, for example. That's also a little bit.
Don't give them ideas, Spooz.
I mean, I would love to see Monastery being, good. As I said, or at least more consistent. Like in some matchups, like I think Brit Air is also very good because you can transform all these 3 health early fighters into 1/1s. It's also very good. But in other matchups like this, with a lot of destruction effects, especially when a 272nd is on board, you never play Monastery there.
I think he may have to, though. I think he may not have too much choice at some point. I mean, I just want to see it played. I've not seen it at all yet. So
what I really love is the explosion. Like all units are exploding at the same time. It's just almost making your ear bleed because it's so loud. It's just really, really nice. But yeah, I think Darkness is not at the point yet where he really needs to play a Monastery here. The board is not that frightening. That Armor Train cannot attack, and that 2/2 T60 there is not really doing a lot of damage. So Darkness still has other ways to deal with this. Deciding to go with the Monrostrum here.
I think out of all the matchups, this is one of the matchups where it's not particularly useful.
Ooh, so Darkness was setting up here a Winter Offensive, but Vinnie just found that we can do it.
Oh, you're right.
Almost all of his units out of...
But doesn't need to do it this turn because
he can still wait.
He knows he's got time. And these light infantry actually being rather useful here.
Holy moly. But what Darkness can do after Vinnie played the We Can Do It, he can play the Monastery. The board will
That
not
is true.
change drastically, but the boss will really be lost there, and then he can play the Winter Offensive and clear the board.
However, Vinnie will get 2 T-34s when the Monastery is played.
I mean, he gets them nonetheless, right? Even if you play Winter Offensive, he gets them, so... But yeah, I see. He also gets 2 3-drop theirs.
Yeah.
So... I see that.
Goes for the We Can Do It. Pressures face you as much as he can.
Just imagine you getting 2 of these 1/8 infantry units out of this. they don't die to the Winter Offensive.
Here it is.
There it is.
Boom. So, what do we have on board?
Look.
Let's take a look. Here come the T-34s.
Wait, where's the
Here
explosion?
Comes
There it is.
AA gun. Oh.
They all died to Winter Offensive.
That's an interesting board. I mean, I really like these engineers being turned into infantry. It's sort of like, yeah, you are an engineer. Now take this gun and get out there. You got work.
Vinnie did get the heal, right? He's at 43 health.
He's at 43 health.
Holy moly.
AV as well, or the Joseph Stalin, both really good option. And Vinnie able to continue to pressure face.
I think I prefer KV1 here, because it's less removal for Darkness there to get rid of it, because he cannot play Lion for a day on it.
You know, I'm so glad that AA gun doesn't have smokescreen in the front line. I feel like that would be the sort of thing which would slip by, and then you'd have a smokescreen front line.
Ooh, Darkness down to 5 already.
Oh, he can't go for the Winter Offensive, or he sets himself up to be dead. Goes for it anyway, essentially saying GG. And nukes his own HQ! Darkness takes himself out, saying GG.
Wow.
Monster really not paying off for him this game.
No, not really.
And here we go. Vinnie crawling back in, and now it's all about this matchup. And we know this is Soviet favored. Jagro against the Soviet Italy. It's a really difficult matchup, especially when you don't have cards like the Kagoshima to counter the healing.
And it depends a lot on the starting hands, right?
No delay at all. I've got places to be, getting straight into it.
Ooh, Darkness finding 845th, very important.
However, this KI in Vinnie's hand, it could be game-changing.
But Darkness found 3 guards there, or 2 guards. So
and a heal.
Has a plate turn 2, turn
removal.
3, and turn 4.
Darkness's hand looks absolutely incredible. He's got healing, he's got guards, and he's got removal. And he has dots for each turn of the game. Finds even more healing.
Both
However,
players with a very strong starting hand here.
yeah, Vinnie also has a very nice hand for himself. And this KR83 could do huge amounts of work. Going for the whirlwind over the Akita, which I think makes sense. The Akita is vulnerable to cards like Bloody Sickle. Darkness gets the Bologna down. We may see the type come out and Vinnie use the pin as removal to take out this unit.
Yeah, pretty sure we do. But then there's just a T60 waiting. Ui. Vinnie in an unfortunate position here, not finding his signal regiment early.
However, he can go for the KR83 next turn, so Darkness can put down the T60, but KR83 is a really, really nice response to it.
Absolutely, especially because we see that
There's the
Darkness having
feint.
no answer.
Which means a Rado, 50% chance to find Enigma, 50% chance to find a bombing raid. First rifles for Darkness in hand, though. He's able to put down the first rifles and the engineers this turn, put himself in a really strong position. Saving the engineers for now, possibly concerned about the raid brigade. Finds himself the KV, which can be game-changing against this feigned retreat. Vinnie now.
Wow. So it's basically
Difficult
3 guards
position.
now. Vinnie really needs to find Sender Regiment to get rid of the first rifles. Otherwise, I don't see how he deals that much damage.
He may go for the desperate measures this turn, and then trade this whirlwind into the T60 or the T70 or T60.
T60.
Yeah. So many
Nice.
T Soviet cards, you know.
Wait,
Vinnie
this-
goes for the trade with the KI-83, which will set it up to be killed by Darknesses from the people. Or Red Dawn. Vinnie trying to give himself as big of a desperate measures as possible. I think we'll almost definitely see this KI-83 get removed this turn. The question for Darkness is just how does he want to do it? Does he want to use from the people? Does he want to use the naval? You know, he has a few different options.
Just imagine you're up against Jagro and it's turn 6 and you still have 20 health. That's not what you want to see when you are a Jagro player.
But
And
this
that-
deck can be explosive.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. But 20 health? And knowing that your opponent is stuff like Mar Nostrum in his deck? Oh, I don't know. That
Ala is not on 20 anymore. He's now on more than 20. Oh, never mind. Oh,
like team?
I got to 19.
Akita.
He was momentarily on 21.
Until Akita strikes. Oh, and he finds the Brians. Man, he's just finding all of his guards early on. Can find a bombing raid. Or Enigma. Oh, I found the Enigma. That was probably not what he was looking for. But it's also good to get the orders out of the deck, right? So once you play a Feigned Retreat, you only have 1 order left in the deck. So you keep this continued draw machine on and on. Got rid of the battalion. Back to 20 health now. It's just looking like the start of the game now. Wow, honestly, I don't see how there's ever 20 damage, especially when the KV is out now. So Feigned Retreat could really backfire for Vinnie now. Oh god.
And it's
Down.
sort of the perfect answer to Feigned Retreat. When your opponent is forced to draw orders, or forced to draw cards, sorry, and you're pinging them for each ping.
Yeah. Can also not play Enigma here. All the advantages laying in Darkness' hand here. at the
Yeah,
moment.
it's looking really rough for
Just-
Vinnie.
Another guard.
2
and-
more guards.
And another guard.
And while these don't really have any offensive capabilities, they're just protecting Darkness's HQ. And it's putting Vinnie in an even more difficult position where he's going to have to kill you at some point, probably hoping to use his bombing rate to finish them off so that he doesn't lose any units. This is the sort of situation where I would want a blitzkrieg.
Yeah, and as I said, it's really, really crucial here for Vinnie that he did not find a signal regiment. That would have been so much more damage, at least 6, 7, 8 damage more than he did at this point. And I think he would have a chance then, but this is looking just too bad.
There's the Monastery, haunting Darkness's hand.
So good for Vinnie. The only good thing here is that Darkness did not manage to find a Mare Nostrum now. But once Darkness finds the Mare Nostrum, I don't know.
I think even now it's looking really, really rough. You can't play your Fade Retreat. The deck, the card the deck is built around. The deck is built around Fade Retreat, and you can't play Fade Retreat. So you put in Enigma as a backup, and you can't play Enigma. I think it's looking like a Darkness 3-2, But Vinnie putting up a really, really good fight. And if he'd have been able to take his Jaguar game earlier, we may have been looking at a Vinnie 3-2.
Yeah, this game could have gone completely different. Like, if you look at Darkness' hand, if this would have been a starting hand, like Red Banner, Monastery, Partisans, Naval Brigade, La Decima, the game could have been completely different, but he just found the perfect starting hand there with 845th into guard, into guard, into guard, into guard. And Vinnie not having any signal regiment or any good answers against this, no Sendai regiment, it is just a 3-2 here for Darkness. Congrats. And actually, only the 2-pounder deck. Oh no, there was 2 decks. There was I'm stupid. But the 2-pounder deck and the Soviet US deck, good enough to win against Darkness, but not that one. Jaguar just not good enough.
Congratulations to Darkness as well. I mean, he had a great starting hand in Game 3, but I think he also played all of his games really, really well. Even the games where Vinnie took the upper hand, I think he played really, really well. So I do think he deserves the win. But both players playing superbly. And yeah, congrats to Darkness for making his way to the KARDS 10 finals.
Very impressive, yeah. So we're giving it back to Ollie and Christo and just hear about their opinions about that first series here.
Wow. I was sitting there watching these first 2 matchups going, man, it would be a shame for Vinnie to lose that 3-0 because the games were so tight. They were so close. And sure enough, Vinnie comes back, and really does make a series out of it. So I think it was played very well on both sides. I think some of the matchups were not quite favoring Vinnie in the long term, and that's what came back to bite him a little bit. But I think Darkness executed perfectly in that first series.
Yeah, I mean, I think credit to Vinnie. I think this probably shouldn't have gone to 5 matches, right? I think Vinnie played extremely well. He was able to really utilize his deck strengths, and I was super happy to see the 2-pounder deck do so well. I mean, I didn't get a chance to say that when we were coming into the match, but I thought like I would probably end up banning the 2-pounder deck given the lineups as they looked like kind of leading up into the matchup. Just I would say all in all, exceptional play from both players. Darkness really showing that he is in his comfort zone when he's playing control, and we saw that with the whole lethal calculation in that Japan game. I think he popped like 16 kamikazes or something in a bombing raid to get the lethal. It was crazy, and to be able to calculate that perfectly, knowing kind of exactly what damage he could take in return. He was not far off from just dying himself. So exceptionally well played, and just shows the caliber of players that we have at this point in the tournament.
Absolutely. And I think, like you mentioned, Darkness relying on those control lists that he's comfortable with because, he's done that math before. He understands what's in it. He understands what his outs are and is able to play them accordingly. So I think that, watching Darkness execute in that series was great. Vinnie played exceptionally well, minus that unfortunate little timer issue in the first game where he's now known as Vinnie the Clock, apparently. So we'll see if that one sticks, but that was another huge, just the tiniest misplay that would have continued to give him life, and who knows how that plays out. But I think both sides played exceptionally well. Darkness may be favored, but we're gonna see Darkness in the finals. We're not done with Vinnie. Vinnie going into the third place, the bronze match.
Yep.
But next up we've got Deanne and No15. Let's bring up the bracket quickly.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I said it before, like, this is an insane lineup of people that we have here. I mean, there's no series that are going to be easy series. I cannot wait to see Deanne take on 0-5. I'm extremely excited as well because we know how the Chinese community prepares for these tournaments, right? They prepare as a single team, as a single unit. They knowledge share, they scrim each other, they are a tight-knit group. So, given the fact that 0-5 has been at the top of the Chinese community for a while, Deanne is just kind of making his run now. These guys probably know each other well, and they probably play each other quite a bit. So I'm extremely excited to see what that series will have in store for us.
Absolutely, and it's interesting to see you talk about, or to hear you talk about how they prepare together, because you also have two players between Deanne and 0-5 that also, or from what we've seen of Deanne being relatively new to the community, kind of handles things differently, plays a little bit of a different style. So it's interesting to see how they broke that down, if they did in fact prepare together, if they scrimmed together. Deanne bringing, again, some more of that kind of creative style, whereas 0-5 maybe taking things a little more of a classic manner. While we're talking about that, let's bring up the deck list. We've got Deanne up first, obviously known for bringing some combo decks in the past, some one-turn kill kind of decks. What do we got here today?
You know what? I just have to say, this is the third tournament that I cast Deanne in, and he always brings something different, right? He feels like just a constant machine of innovation. I don't know if he just gets bored playing the same deck more than 3 times and then he goes in and changes it, but something is happening so that he is churning out these deck lists again and again and again. And like you said, even though these players do prepare together, there are significant differences here in the lists, and the only list that can be kind of considered as similar is the Jaguar list from both players. So but I mean, looking at this, you have the Britain list there. That is a full hand lock. You got Black Watches, you got blockades, you got daylight bombing. There's just so much stuff, and it's commandos, right? It's commandos with a hand lock. And I, being the biggest commando fan in the world, I am just insanely excited to watch this deck perform. If there's anyone I think that's gonna somehow make commandos work in a hyper competitive environment, it's probably Deanne.
I know you'll be taking notes, Ollie. I know your love of commandos, so I have no doubt you'll be taking some notes for the next time you hit ladder with your commandos deck.
I'm also really kind of impressed with the US Poland deck here. I really like that one, and I think things like Unity is Strength, seeing that here, and possibly even combining that with Red Devils blocking into the front line fairly early on. I think this is just a supremely interesting addition. We don't see Unity as Strength a ton in these US mid-range decks, but of course with the Poland ally you can generate a lot of infantry units. You also have 2 Second California, right? If you can buff those significantly, they can take a while to get through. So I'm just extremely excited to see these slight differences on all these decks that kind of give us a window into Deanne's insane mind to see how they play out in the battlefield.
Absolutely, and let's flip to the other side and check out 0-5's list. On a side note, actually, before we're done talking about Deanne, I do appreciate how lists kind of get their name in the community. The cornflakes list, if you will, things like that. Love it. I love the added flavor and spice that they bring to some of these events. Just getting the feel of how much players like or don't like playing against them.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at 0-5's list here, and it's the Jaguar list that's kind of similar, but there's also some similarities in the USA Poland lists here. But where 0-5 really sticks out is he's bringing that Brit Air effectively. But he's bringing in 2 Sonias, and I think that's super interesting. It's also a lot more Brit heavy. This is a very, very different Brit Air deck that we've seen in a long time. So it's going to be an interesting one. But then I would say, like, just overall looking at the deck lists, No and 5 is going to be the aggressor in a lot of these matchups.
That's been the style that we've typically seen from Deanne, where, again, looking a little bit, I don't even want to say control per se, but, you know, the combo list, the things like that, where take a little bit more on the back foot, kind of establish your game plan and then move forward. And I feel like that's more that style. You know, talking about No and 5's Brit Air list, Spooz was saying this is kind of his go-to list. So that's kind of No and 5's specialty. You know, playing something a little bit more tweaked and Brit heavy. So we'll have to see how that plays out. If these players know each other well, maybe this is where Deanne takes that opportunity to ban this list, knowing that it's kind of the direction that No and 5 likes to go or likes to rely on.
Yeah, I'm really happy we're seeing the P40 again. It's been a long time since I've seen the P40 in a tournament setting. And for like, P40 basically just increases the operating cost of all units that are deployed while it's on the field. And if you can get that out on turn number 4, back in the day, that was one of the strongest turn 4 plays that you could do because of the impact that it had on your opponent's tempo, right? Now we're seeing that again in both US lists here, and I'm going to be interested to see how that plays out today as well.
Yeah, I for one, you know, I think we've talked about this before when we've talked about esports, just those narratives that are created, having somebody like No and 5 who is kind of taking on the mantle of leading the Chinese community, going head to head with Deanne, who is bringing a little bit more creativity, a little bit newer to the tournament scene, but has absolutely been a monster in the previous 2 events we've seen them in. And I mean, going 6-1 in Swiss, making it to the top 4, it is going to be another really close, really hard fought series. I think we are just getting ready, getting the players locked and loaded to take on this second semi-final. We're going to kick it back to Spooz and Bubbles for their analysis.
So there we are, back again. Bubbles, what do you think? Deanne versus No and 5. Who's having the advantage here? What are we going to see getting banned? Let me hear your
I
opinion.
think Deanne might have the slight advantage just because of these combo decks, which are quite difficult to play against. I think this Germany-France burn deck could actually be quite scary in a lot of these matchups as well. But like Ollie said as well, I imagine these players practice together, especially since they are actually bringing somewhat similar decks. They're both bringing in USA Poland, even if they're 2 different styles, and they're both bringing in Fame Street Jaguar. So it wouldn't surprise me if they have practiced together and at least have a bit of experience against each other's decks. But I am leaning a little bit more towards Deanne. What about you?
I'm actually not really sure. Both have very, very frightening decks in their lineup there, especially as you mentioned that German-France deck. I played a similar deck on stream this week. A little bit more greedy, like full burn. I also had Africa Regiment in it with the Chasing Shadows, like a little bit of the memeing also inside. But it did so well. The only really bad matchup is very, very aggressive decks. So I think if Deanne just goes with banning the Faint Retreat, for example, and has a chance to keep that burn deck, he might have a good matchup in that one. So I think I go with Deanne here. I think he's going to ban Noan's Brit Air deck, because as we said a lot of times, this might just be his perfect deck, the deck he's very good with, and you really have to get it out of the line, and then I think you're in an okay spot to win here. So I think I go with Deanne.
It's the Brit Air deck is the deck he made a name for himself playing. Neon 5 obviously being one of the strongest ladder players in the game. He's up there with people like J King and Vinnie, where they are just absolutely crushing it on ladder a lot of the time. I think this Brit Air deck is, if I remember correct, the one he was well known for doing it with. But let's take a look at the deck bans. So both banning out Brits. Neon 5's Brit Air deck being banned out by Deanne, and then obviously Deanne's Brit Japan sort of commando credit denial deck being banned out. Interesting that this deck is one of the ones Neon 5 was targeting. I think this tells us that they have practiced and that No One Fives knows what to expect from this deck and knows that it's a threat. Because
Yeah,
it's a
also
somewhat unknown deck.
Yeah, probably also because a lot of his decks don't have that much answer against the commandos. And that credit denial deck can be so annoying to play against. I had one match against an opponent that just had the perfect cards. Like he could play, what was it? So on every turn, from turn 3 on, he just had the perfect stuff to just cripple my credit slots, give himself some credit slot, and I couldn't do anything the whole game. So I think that's the reason why he got rid of that deck. And I'm pretty happy that we might see that German France deck, because it can be so annoying to play against it, because if you don't have any healing, and Non 5 is not having any deck that is having any healing, maybe that US Poland deck can give you a little bit, but I'm also thinking not really. So that deck might shine in this lineup here, both players playing against each other.
Yeah, I think another thing to point out as well with this Deanne's Brit Japan deck is the blockades are actually pretty scary for No and 5. You pointed out that he's not really got too many ways of dealing with this sort of stuff, and actually he's got a lot of units in all his decks, and this can be a huge tempo swing in very tempo-based matchups.
Yeah, blockade can be so annoying, absolutely. Especially because you can also target HQ and target units in your opponent's hand with it. That is really painful at some point. So
game 1,
Deanne
we see Jagro coming out, and we see this USA Poland sort of more aggressive mid-range version of it coming out.
Oh, also with I did not even see the Unity is strengths in this deck. Ooh la la.
So No and 5 having some guards, having the potential we can do it. However, Deanne having a very, very aggressive hand here. Able to push up next turn, spawn in this beef wagon.
For me, it looks like a really bad hand, right?
It's very aggressive though. If he finds a single infantry, this could be very, very powerful. And he's able to do 3 damage this turn. Oh, but the Red Devil's coming out from Noan. That could be a huge game changer, actually, because I was thinking if Deanne finds himself like a 15th cav, he can do a lot of damage this turn.
There it is. Yeah, that Red Devils has to do a lot of work now.
However, we can now put down this this Plan West, and then we can go for the Underground Estate. Noan 5's hand looking pretty scary for Deanne here. Deanne needing like a Desperate Measures or a Bombing Raid to find his way out here. I mean, a Desperate Measures would be absolutely perfect for him.
I think it would also take a Bombing Raid here, but...
Whirlwind, not the worst card in the world. He is able to push up the Whirlpool as well. I'm surprised we didn't see him go for the Whirlpool trade, as that would have left him with more units on board. Especially versus this US Poland deck, where there's not going to be too much AoE. I mean, the only real AoE there is this backline AoE. There's not cards like Uprising in here. There's no real AoE to worry about. So I'm a little bit surprised in how he trades there.
He did also not move it to the front line. That is also interesting.
That is interesting.
What could be the reason for that?
I genuinely couldn't tell you. I don't know. Maybe he's concerned about the Howcats. I'm not too sure.
That was the cool thing about the World Championship, right? The interviews after the matches, so you could talk about several or certain situations. A bonus that we don't have here, unfortunately. But sometimes it would be so interesting to know why players are doing several decisions there. There's the Underground State, sending 35 T-back.
Sees the entire hand now, giving him a big advantage.
Ooh, we needed that way earlier, but still good.
Is still very good. I think if you Bombing Raid the HQ here, take out both these units and push up the Whirlwind.
And this is where it backfires, where he did not move it, right? That's 2 less damage now.
If he doesn't push it up this turn, he's up to something. I don't know what, but he's up to something. Okay, there you go. He moves it out of here. I think he's just trying to confuse us, you know?
Yeah. Maybe also known 5 here. Not only us.
Now Noan has a few options. Can go for the Catalina, could go for the Cali, could go for the double ramp using the depth charges. Smokescreen is HQ, and that would set him up for the Cali next turn.
I would love him to see keeping the death charges for a later turn where the pressure is higher. But what is his play here now, right?
I don't think the Cali is the play because you know it's going to get Sendide, but the Catalina has the same option as well. So I'm expecting we'll see him ramp because he's concerned about this Sendai. So he'll go for the double ramp, and that way he can carry, get insta value out of it, and then when it's Sendai, it's not as bad. But I understand what you mean about saving his depth charges, especially for cards like the Shiden.
Yeah. Not having any good answers against that one without any allegiance.
Deanne's hand is just so slow. He's gotten 1 infantry for the entire game.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate.
Sitting there with the Sendai and the Shiden very early in the match. That's what you usually don't want to have.
There's a good chance we'll just see this Shiden, dropped and just left on board. And good thing as well, because now the P40 drawn for Nern 5. If he goes for the carry into trade, he's not in too good of a scenario.
Yeah, that Shiden just... very often you don't need the blitz out of it. Just have it on board that it's 8 potential damage next turn for your opponent. And I don't see a way how Nern 5 is getting rid of it, honestly. The Stars and Stripes is only dealing 1 damage. So he has to California and hope for something better to draw next turn. Oh my god.
No air defense in his deck either, which could be a potential if he was running it. Does have the we can do it. A Hellcat could potentially be useful, but Deanne just smacking face. Getting 2 units into the front line. Nern 5 now really on the back foot. Really needs a miracle here. And there's the Hellcat, but it's just not enough. We can do it, also not going to be enough. And that looks like Deanne taking game 1 with the Jaguar deck. And even with a relatively slow start and a relatively strong start from Neon 5, Deanne just able to use this Shiden really, really well. By not waiting for the blitz, like you say, and just deploying it, he really swung the game in his way. And I think that's something a lot of people forget, is you can just drop this just as a powerful unit. And Deanne taking game 1 with the Jaguar deck.
Very fast one compared to the last match here. Jaguar against this strong US list, but yeah. Although, as you said, although Deanne did not have a great start there, still managed to win. And is now left with the US and with the German deck. So what do you expect?
I feel like for Nern 5, that wasn't the matchup he wanted. You don't have much healing for the burn. You do have a couple guards, but it's a very difficult matchup because of this burn. I expect now we'll probably see Deanne bring out this this burn deck. This Germany, France, cornflakes burn.
Who made this name?
I believe it was Dynamo. Dynamo was the one that told me about it. I don't know if he came up with it, but Dynamo is the one that told me. I think it was Sinlike. You remember Sinlike?
Sinlike, yeah. I know.
Yeah, I believe it was Sinlike that originally came up with the title.
So I think at some point we just have the whole supermarket collected there with the chocolate boys and the cornflakes deck, and
we can have a shopping trip tournament where you can.
Yeah, we could partnership with the supermarket, and then we could just make all the guys hungry, and they just go to the supermarket and buy food. Okay, next match here. Deanne, Germany versus Germany. We have that burn deck now. I'm pretty excited to see how his variant goes off here. And then we have USA Germany, Fast Heinz without Fast Heinz.
Oh no, sorry, it's Fast Heinz with no Heinz.
With dive bombing in it. Interesting.
Yes. Dive bombing has been playing a lot of these. I know Kobasnik and John PX, when they brought this to the OCC, both had dive bombing in it. And I know I've seen people running this on ladder with the dive bombing as well.
Deanne not with the greatest starting hand here. Really want to have a rice bank in your starting hand with this deck. Found the Enigma, that is good. Schmeinkel, Schmeinkel in the house, as long
Yeah.
as the Whirlwind is not in the front line.
And it will save him a bit of damage as well. Because if no on 5 goes for the trade onto this Heinkel, it means he saves himself essentially 2 face damage with it.
And that root out can be huge here at some point.
I imagine we'll see a root out come out next turn. Because he does have the backup one as well.
Yeah, but that Panzer 3F might just destroy all these plans.
It's still very effective though, because it reduces the attack, right?
Yeah, by 1. Still have 2 and 3 attack then. But yeah,
No
I
on
agree.
5 going face, I like that. I like his confidence in just hitting face.
Yeah, he has to be fast. He has to be fast. Once Deanne finds their rice bank, it can be that can just put out 15, 14, 20 damage in one turn.
It also says if you want to play your root out, do it. Go for it. Root out, kill your own unit.
Yeah, that's also an argument to go face here. Absolutely.
And when this Whirlwind pushes the front line, it can hit for 5 damage. It can hit real hard. I'm curious if we'll see this retaliation come out again. We may see him retaliation and then try and find some more burn. However, no on 5 looking like he's going to be quick enough. And this is one of the difficulties with this deck, with this burn deck. When your opponent is able to play very, very quickly, you can just feel like you're left behind. Takes out the Greyhound.
I think at this point, all that Deanne needs is the rice bank as soon as possible. Otherwise, they might be in trouble here. Although no one's hand is not looking that fast here. A lot of high operation cost units. Only that Whirlwind is having 1.
And there you go. Whirlwinds for 5. Deanne down to 10.
I'm pretty sure they're looking for the rice bank now with the Spoils of War.
I think you have to play one of your root outs.
Oh no, you're dead if you do this. Yeah. Like, the Whirlwind is 5 damage, and one of these Panzer 3 is another 5 damage.
Finds a defend in depth. Puts up retaliation.
Why that? Why not defend in death the Whirlwind? Yeah.
It won't kill the Whirlwind. It will only do 3 damage.
Oh yeah. I'm always not checking opponent's hand size.
Yeah, I'm always like, defend in depth, that just kills the unit, right?
Yeah.
And then I'm like, wait a minute, why did that only
then
do
you have in your head,
no,
right?
he did it as
Then you
well!
play it.
Deanne did it as well! Deanne, he has hand
yeah.
size!
I'm pretty sure he did it on purpose, because there was no other option.
He
could not do anything there.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's funny because we're talking. No, wait, yeah, he could. If he killed the 4-3 in the back line, he would have survived from 1 health.
No, not really. There was the engineers on the board.
Yeah. There was a 3-3 tank and a 4-3
yeah, you should have killed the 4 attack unit.
Yeah.
Oh, you're absolutely correct. So then I'm pretty sure he also felt for that mind pattern there for like defend and death is killing a unit. No, it is not. It is absolutely not.
Removes it from the game, right?
So that's what I mentioned earlier, that German France deck is really, really weak against aggressive decks, and no, not really with the most aggressive start ever here, but could still manage to win.
I mean, I think really Deanne wants to match it up against Known 5's USA deck. I think the Jaguar matchup is also quite scary, so there's going to be a little bit of mind games about what to bring in this one. I think we'll see Known 5 bring Jaguar, and I'm really not sure what Deanne's going to bring.
He should bring not his German France deck.
I agree.
But the question is, what deck is the opponent bringing? That's the big question. Yeah, I see Japan card back.
Yeah, Japan for Known 5.
Ooh, Deanne sticks with this.
And he sticks with the bird.
Ooh, but way better hand now. He has Enigma. He has the Rice Bank. He has double Careless Talk. That is, I think, against Jago, the perfect starting hand. Found the Cross of Lorraine. That might not be that great against Jago, because they usually don't have that huge of a hand size. But the Careless Talk helps a lot. Whoa, did he just... He just found all Type 93s. 3 in the deck, 3 in the hand. Insane. There is a from the... Wow, that is so good. I mean, the Enigma is probably not that great in that matchup against Jaggro. So Known 5 would be smart here if we would just play 2 units.
Yeah, goes for the Type 93s. Instead of going for the Whirlwind. Very smart player on the counter measure.
And the problem with the Rice Bank here, you probably want to play it when you have Phony War. Just passed, yeah. Makes complete sense. Because you don't get that much draw out of it.
I mean, you say Cross of Lorraine won't be too good against Jaggro, but if you Phony Wars, it's still very value.
There's a Liberation. Ooh, Liberation Cross of Lorraine, also
Yeah.
not bad.
Or Liberation Enigma.
Sure.
Give them the
And he's exactly
Yeah.
having 10 credits next turn. So Known 5 it would be better to play the 2 smaller units here over 1 Mito Regiment.
However, this Type 94 does leave a card in your hand. So it
Yeah.
means that Deanne is going to be healing a little bit more and growing a little bit more. I'd love to see, Liberation into the Enigma. He's going to heal himself for, I believe, is that 9? 8, sorry.
8, almost.
And then fills up his hand. 2 Phony Wars, 2 Right Banks.
Yeah, I mean, that is really what you want to have with this deck. So next turn, you can just play Rice Bank again.
He's also got the 0K Cross of Lorraine. It would essentially air blitz for free.
Can go Cross of Rice Bank next turn, Cross of Lorraine, drop the Aradus.
I'm
Next turn.
concerned though. Look at this damage coming out from Known 5. It's a lot of damage.
But also just go double Rice Bank, right? I think I would love to see that one.
Double Right Bank. I don't hate it. I mean, it's brave, but you've got to be brave.
Still have a lot, some time here.
The 3rd Right Bank.
So not really forced to kill Known 5 here next turn.
I mean, I think he was very much looking for a route out with that Arado. Desperate Measures. Comes out, doing a whole bunch of damage.
So Deanne really needs a route out now.
Yeah, I imagine there's a good chance he goes looking for it.
Another Cross of Lorraine, not really that great.
I mean, he can play
Rice Bank first.
He can play 2 Rice Banks and a goes for the Phony War. Okay, finds
There's a route out. There's a route out.
However,
yeah, unfortunately,
5 finds the 35T. Is able to blitz out a lot of damage, and this is what we were talking about before. These very aggressive decks are very good against this Germany burn deck. However, he's now able to get the nice matchup against USA mid-range after this match. And he can potentially swing it through some miracle work. You know, you've got 6 damage with these Cross of Lorraines. If you can find some real nice burn, because you do have a lot of credits next turn, there is the potential to sort of swing it. Maybe using this retaliation to do that last little bit of damage. But it's going to be really, really difficult.
So if Deanne can manage to find another route out here.
I don't think you even bother. I think you have to go for the win.
But how? There's never enough damage output. Honestly,
But the Cross of Lorraine's on face.
So it might be that he's having... That Deanne is having a really bad draw here, or his deck is not that great as I thought it would be.
Two Cross of Lorraines, but this 35T from Known 5 is going to be the real issue card. He had to put down the Catastrophe to snipe the 35T.
And that's it.
Which means that's it. Known 5, able to blitz out. Puts the series up to 2-1, but Deanne is now able to get the value matchup with this deck. And I know this deck isn't performing so far, but I think that's okay. I think Known 5 has managed to snipe the matchups. I would have liked to see Deanne try this USA deck. However, Deanne's USA deck is relatively slow as well. So I feel like these quick decks from Neon 5 were always going to be an issue. And his weak point in this matchup may be his USA mid-range deck. So Deanne really needs to exploit Neon 5's USA mid-range deck as much as he possibly can.
And that deck is only running We Can Do It as heal option, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so it will be
So-
rather difficult to survive. He needs to play very quickly. And Neon 5 sticking to his sorry, Deanne here sticking to his guns.
Do we see the next autocannon lose 3 times in a row match here?
I
That we saw?
admire his commitment. I admire his
Yes.
commitment.
Absolutely insane. If you have an idea and you want to do it, just try and try.
I mean, in the words of Deanne, he said it himself. He plays for fun, and what is more fun than testing your deck out in an OCC?
Or like here in the Cards Open, absolutely.
Yeah, sorry, I've got a deck idea. I'll try it out in a cash money tournament.
And this time the Enigma might get way more value, especially with all these 30-second in no one's hand that just replace themselves.
Yeah.
Interesting that he prefers to go to the front line with this over the 30-second.
And this unit is safe from the Heinkel.
Sure. And Deanne probably not attacking twice or thrice into that one.
I appreciate though that Deanne went face here instead of going for the trade.
Picked up the phony war.
Your burn and your HQ damage is more important than trading into Neon 5's unit. So just tickling face with the bomber is far more important here.
Yeah, and all these guards and legions in general are absolutely useless against Deanne's deck here. It just hits face, ignoring the board completely besides this root out. And what can no one do here? Can just be very fast. Manage his hand size so he's not sitting there on 9 or 8 cards. But Phony War might play against that.
We might see an Enigma come out just to cycle through a couple cards because you've got 2 of them and a Phony War.
Yeah, nothing else to do here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no Rice Bank. Like, I had that feeling when I played that match, you always need Rice Bank. If you don't have it, it's very bad. Rice Bank, Phony War, Enigma, that's your key cards. It looks like he...
I bet finds the Bismarck.
I'm pretty excited what the other options were at this point. If he chooses to pick a Bismarck there.
Neon 5 able to put Unity on a Red Devils could be really, really scary.
Ooh, absolutely.
Gonna go for the thinking of the underground at least, but I think I prefer putting down the infantry and buffing it. Even if you want to kill the Heinkel, at least go for the trade. The only issue is you do set yourself up to get countermeasures. And he can trade into this Heinkel if he wants to. I don't think it would be a terrible move, especially when Deanne has been using it this much. And I just realized Deanne didn't go face last time of it. He did trade into the Chocolate Boys in the front line, which I think is sensible when they're in the front line.
Yeah.
Deanne, do you have a route out?
I like that because now we can also... That's a lot of pressure already again.
Yeah.
So Deanne knows that there is Unity strengths in the
bank.
deck. Oh, there's the Rice Bank. Unfortunately, not enough credits.
I really like the second California with this Unity of strength. If you get a really big California, it can be really, really difficult for your opponent to deal with it. Just trying to decide what card to buff. I think the Red Devils are the safe option. The only downside to buffing Red Devils, and I imagine this is what you're thinking about, is you technically get 1 less damage because the Legions hit for 2 on their own. But you do risk then having your hand filled up and then getting hit by a some sort
Most
of
criminal.
removal.
There comes the Rice Bank. I'm not sure. It might be just too late again.
However, he has Bismarck and the Kriegsmarine.
Yeah, but only 12 credits
Oh,
next
but
turn.
look at these units.
And that's it.
And that's it. No and 5.
Too slow again. Oh, unfortunate. Did not really
Manages
pop
to,
off.
to 3-1 against Deanne, so we have no and 5 advancing to the finals to play against Darkness. And then we have Deanne and Vinnie for the 3rd place match. And I gotta give some credit to Deanne still. You know, he commits to his guns, he sticks to them, and he knows what he's here to do. He's here to try out his fun decks, and he's either going to win or he's going to flop. He doesn't care. He's just here to try out his fun decks. I think that deserves some credit in itself.
Absolutely. And I think we just give it back to Christo and Ollie again to ask them about their opinion about the matches.
Yep.
That could not have been more of a polar opposite than the first series we saw. That was fast, that was furious, players going back and forth. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, Deanne's list maybe a little bit slower, and No and 5 kind of taking advantage of that, putting on the pressure and winning the series 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, I think a case can be made, and it would probably be a fairly compelling case that No and 5 is probably the worst matchup for Deanne, just in general. No and 5 is this kind of aggressive player. I think I've never seen him kind of lean into the control side too heavily or anything like that. He really wants to bring the heat. So yeah, No and 5, bringing the heat. Deanne just being a little bit too slow with his decks today, not finding the draws that he needed when he needed them. I mean, I'm sure that there is a world in which Deanne can win this series 3-0 if he gets the perfect draws, but that just didn't happen today. I think that's one of the strengths that Deanne is showing, is he's bringing these decks that maybe are a little bit hit and miss, but he's able to pilot them effectively and make them hit more often than they miss. And then he always has this chance, no matter who he's playing against, no matter what the matchup, if he gets the correct draws, the correct order, he can win anyone, right? So that's kind of emerging, looking at Deanne's success, that's kind of emerging as a tournament strategy within Cards that I think we haven't seen a lot of people kind of jump on. So I'm pretty excited to see how that develops in the future, if we're going to see more players kind of adopting this type of play style, this constant innovation, this constant just bringing kind of risky decks, but managing to pilot them so effectively that they turn into consistent decks,
Absolutely. And we were talking a bit about that on the pre-show on the War Room, because, that is something we're seeing more and more. People bringing decks that are a bit more polarizing than just the standard control or aggro or whatever piece it may be. And I think you hit the nail on the head, Ollie. The challenge becomes, and we can see that on a control side as well, but often when you're talking about combo decks and things of that nature, at first you need to be able to draw the cards that will stabilize the board, and then you need to draw your pieces that will allow you to go on the offensive. And I think the best players out there, players like Deanne, who has proved themselves to be quite solid at that, are the ones who are able to kind of mitigate the risk of drawing poorly. Because when you do draw poorly, you can feel like, well, this game's over, I'm just going to surrender right away. But when they're able to go ahead, come back, and find ways around it, find their outs, I think that's what differentiates that top caliber player.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just an exercise in variance, right? I mean, you can go like, okay, in 15% of the time, I'll draw perfectly, and I'll beat anyone, right? In the other 50%, I'm able to show patience, play my stall tactics, and get there, right? And ultimately, I end up having a deck that has a 65 or 70% win ratio, because those 20% of games, I found a way that or 15%, I win every time, and then I found a way to
to prolong the game, slow my opponent down, make him play my game in the other 40 or 50%, and that's going to be enough, right? Even if that type of playstyle is just going to win you half of your games, the fact that you have this combo that is impossible to stop when you pull it off, that wins the other 15%, that makes it a profitable or a net profitable deck to be playing. Seeing that happen in a tournament setting is not something that we're super used to, right? Yeah. And that might also highlight, like it's might be risky for your opponents to really tech against these decks, and if it's risky for them to tech against them, you can make use of this type of strategy. So but let's bring up the bracket, because we've now settled our finals and our bronze match, and you talked about it before we jumped into this. Darkness, No, and 5 in the finals, Vinnie versus Deanne in the bronze match. Does this surprise you, or is there anything that you would have expected to see differently in this status?
I mean, looking at the way the matchups unfolded, looking at the list that both players brought, we did assume Darkness maybe had a bit of an advantage in that first semifinal. Vinnie definitely putting up a fight, but Darkness pushed through. I think as the casters were talking about it during the matchup, there was a scenario where Darkness could have maybe even pushed through 3-0 just based on how the matchups worked, how the players aligned their deck choices. And I think you talked about it before, Ollie, when you were saying, this is not typically something you see in a tournament where somebody might bring something a little bit less optimized, but you can control who or which decks you're playing against in some scenarios. So I think, Vinnie tried to maximize their outs and try and find a way to work through Darkness lists. Darkness turned out to be too strong going into the finals. No surprise there. We've seen Darkness in the finals quite a few times in the KARDS Open. And then on the other side, No and 5 against Deanne. I think that one was a bit of a toss-up for me. I think I was pulling for Deanne just from the creativity that they bring to the table. But No and 5, obviously a very, very strong, very consistent player. So I think this finals is going to be an absolute banger. I think Darkness, No and 5 is going to be fantastic. And Vinnie versus Deanne at the end, or in that bronze match we're actually going to see next, I think that one can go either way as well. I think they're both players who bring a lot of creativity. So we're gonna see a really fun matchup in that bronze medal match.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think Vinnie versus Deanne. I think Vinnie has slightly slower decks than No and 5, so there might be more opportunities for Deanne to really make use of his different strategies. And then in the grand finals, Darkness versus No, and I think there you have a clash of two titans, right? Darkness, we know, is one of the veterans of the tournament scene, and we know he's super control heavy. He's bringing control decks. On the other side, you have No and 5. He's a guy that is renowned for being aggressive, and he's bringing aggressive decks. So who's going to win out? The aggression or the control? This is like a pure. I would almost say that these players, if this was a martial arts fight, this would be like the boxer versus the grappler. Like this would be the two opposites meeting. So these types of stylistic matchups are always exciting. So I'm really excited for that one.
And I think it's going to come down to sort of what you talked about before. These players are going to go into this matchup knowing from an aggro perspective, hey, I need to be able to drop my stuff quick, and Darkness is going to need the tools to be able to counter that. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens when, on both sides, if they don't draw that perfect opening hand, how are they going to be able to mitigate the circumstances, again, establish a board and push forward. So I'm really excited to see two masters of their craft kind of go head to head in these finals. Absolutely. Awesome. So we're going to head into a quick break. Before we get there, Ollie, you were talking about, those different KARDS Opens that we had, the Popper, the Singleton, things like that. Spooz brought up a great point. When are we going to see the supermarket, grocery store themed KARDS Open? It's a good question. Once we have all of our cereal partners lined up, and all of the supermarket brands bought in, then we'll totally do it. Amazing. No, but in all seriousness, I mean, I think we'll have space to start doing more weird format tournaments in the coming year. I really want these to be done through the client, because facilitating them with admins is always difficult, just in terms of reviewing the decks and all that stuff. So let's look forward to that one. Awesome. Well, I'm excited for that. In the meantime, we are going to take a quick break before we get to the third place match, but we're not going to leave you here staring at a countdown clock, just waiting for the next match to start. We're going to give you a little entertainment. Darkness had put together a phenomenal video. We're calling it the Deck Doctor. He's going to walk through just a typical deck and ways to improve and work through it. You can find this video and many, many more on the War Room YouTube page. So please subscribe if you are liking it, if you're waiting for the next episode. But until then, let's share that with you.
Nice.
Welcome to Deck Doctors, a clinic to cure the imperfection of decks. I'm Dr. Darkness and I will be your field medic today. I will analyze your community submitted deck lists to identify any problems at hand and tell you the best course of action to improve your deck's performance on battlefield. This episode's deck list was submitted by Vinnie, who asked us to take a look at their semi-budget Mobilize deck and help them to take it to the next level. Mobilize decks are versatile decks who most reassemble the archetype commonly known as midrange. Mobilize decks are not only able to pack a punch with units that grow into giants, but they are also able to heal extremely large amounts of health, making the deck a constant threat to almost all other decks in the game. I was very happy with the deck Vinnie had managed to put together for themselves. However, I still saw some areas where I felt I was able to improve the deck list. The Mobilized deck focuses around taking advantage of a keyword, which non-surprisingly is called Mobilize. Mobilize units get +1/+1 at the start of each turn until they take damage for the first time. Meaning, if we are able to keep our units relatively safe, they can suddenly become huge threats to our opponent. Our mulligan consists of looking for early game cards such as Honey, Pioneers and our 1k orders such as Naval Power and Monty, while also considering keeping a couple cheap Mobilize units for our mid game. The 73 Régiment d'Infanterie combos very well with the Honey, allowing us to quickly grow a very large unit. For our mid game, we can combine cheap Mobilize units with the Potters to chain draws and quick healing. The Potters is an extremely important part of the deck and is the engine in which it uses to operate. But of course, every good engine needs fuel to burn through, which is exactly where cheap units such as 5th Parachute Brigade and once again the 73 Régiment d'Infanterie come in. The component of the 73 Régiment d'Infanterie, which interacts so well with the Honey, also synergizes perfectly with the Potters, allowing you to turn this 0-1 infantry into 7/8 in a matter of 1 or 2 turns. If these highly stated units aren't enough to seal the deal, we have a backup win condition that synergizes with our heal, our Commonwealth. One of the first areas I felt could be improved was our late game, which I expanded on by swapping both Régiment Étranger for a second carpet bombing as well as the Churchill Havre, which provide crowd control and game swinging abilities. Then I looked back at our mid game, which had a strong foundation but could use a remodel. So I took out the Kitty Hawk, Seaforce and Blackwatch and replaced them with an extra Defendum Deaths, a call to the colonies and a third airdrop, which when combined with our Potters should provide us with an explosive mid-game. I then polished up our early game by taking out a first airborne and one of our naval powers. For the 85th Pioneers, a staple in almost any Brit deck, as well as the secret operatives, which will provide protection for our mobilize units until they grow large enough to protect themselves. With these new additions to our deck, our early game and openers are very similar, but our mid to late game is far better at answering threats and aiding us to close out the game, as well as offering potential to swing games which seem otherwise lost. The double carpet bombing with the Churchill Armorer is key to this potential, giving us a total of 3 different ways of clearing boards, allowing us to move in with our mobilize units to finish the game or set up our Commonwealth by protecting our HP. Some of the minor changes I made, like adding a third airdrop or another call to the colonies, leads to have more consistency in the mid game, giving us less situations where we feel optionless. This updated version should already be powerful enough to help you climb the leaderboard and achieve domination and victory on the battlefield. However, the situation may come up where you want to go even further with this deck. So I made the ultimate Doctor's version of this deck lists, adding even more improvements and adjustments of the cost of more wildcards, of course. In this list, I added 4 new elites to help us to outmaneuver our opponents. The first one is Monty, which could even be argued for over the Pioneers. Monty is one of the strongest elites in the game, offering both AoE pin and draw at a fraction of the cost of similar cards. The next elite I added was Shelling, which is almost the perfect mid-game tool, offering both AoE as well as credit denial, meaning it will almost always have a use no matter the situation. The third elite is Royal Research, offering draw and heal for Commonwealth with Radar, as well as synthetic rubber as a potential way to help us close out a tough game. The fourth and final elite is Wellington, which is an overall strong unit which finds its home in almost every British deck. To clear a space for these 4 powerful cards, I took out the Mosquito, as in comparison to other options, it's often too slow to be sufficient value in Mobilize. I also removed another first airborne and both the remaining naval powers, as with cards like Monty and Shelling, as well as Radar for healing, we simply no longer need these early game tools as they become obsolete. These 4 changes make up my final version of the deck. But for those who feel unable to spare the wildcards, our original improved decklist should be more than sufficient for you to achieve victory. This brings us to the end of our session with our first patient, Renivius. I hope I was able to diagnose the problem and give you the appropriate prescription to go with. Make sure to like and subscribe. Thanks for watching. I've been your Field Dr. Darkness, and I will catch you guys next episode.
Thank you once again to Darkness for putting that deck doctor together. You can find that and a whole lot more on the War Room YouTube page. Please go ahead and subscribe so you get notified of every new video that comes out. I, however, cannot promise that Darkness will be in costume for all of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure you check out the War Room channel. This is where all of the community collaborative content is being placed at the moment. There's a lot of different content being created and tested out, so make sure to follow that channel, watch that content, leave your feedback, and help shape the community content side of cards for the future.
Right on, Ollie. And I think, speaking of community, you have a few little announcements to make as well.
Yes, sir, I do. We announced that at 3 o'clock we would be doing the draw for the Twitter and Facebook giveaways for the World at War Behind Enemy Lines full sets. We're going to be giving out 2 base sets as well as a premium set. And I have drawn our winners. So in order, our first winner, let me find this out here, was DDA on Facebook. So his name is DDA. Where is he? This is like really, it's really awkward doing Facebook giveaways. But DDA Moroni is the first winner. He has won the full premium World at War bundle. Our second winner is Laurent. He is also from the Facebook giveaway thread. He has won a base set version for both him and his friend Maxime Willem, because Maxime came and commented and talked about how much he really wanted to get into the game. So we're going to be giving out 1 extra set to Maxime there so he can follow his friends. And then we have on the side of Twitter, Gamer Templier has won, as well as Genova Dawn, who is going to be his buddy behind Enemy Lines. We're going to be reaching out to all of these individuals through the messaging system of the relevant social media platform where they won their prize on. So congratulations to you. You guys will be rocking the full World at War Behind Enemy Lines set in the coming weeks. So I always love doing giveaways, Christo. I always love doing giveaways.
Of course, you gotta give back, give everybody a little something. I can absolutely appreciate that, and I also love the aspect that Cards is present on so many different social media platforms. If you're not a big Twitch fan, well, you can find them on Facebook. If you're not a big Facebook fan, well, you can find them on Steam. You can come across Cards just about everywhere, and I absolutely love that because it gives accessibility, and I think that's been your big message you've been pushing when it comes to esports events, when it comes to just participating in the game, anything like that. You can find Cards just about everywhere.
Yeah, and I mean it's just fun, right? It's like we should all strive to expand Cards and expand the community. You know, share our love for the game in some way. Some people do that through videos, others do it through fan art or fan-made cards, others do that by just participating in conversations or tuning into a broadcast like this. It all holds hand in hand in terms of growing Cards, growing the community, and creating bigger and better things for our future. So that's why I'm also extremely, I'm kind of humbled by the work and effort that is being put into a lot of this community-driven content by the likes of Darkness, Bubbles, Spooz, and of course 983 with Mark here supporting them on the production side and kind of elevating the production quality a little bit. That's not something that I see in a ton of other games, right? I don't see the community coming together like this in creating content that is extremely valuable, and that just makes me so excited for the future, because if we're able to scale this up and become an even bigger community while maintaining the same vibe, I think we're going to be one of the best gaming communities out there.
Absolutely, Ollie. And as somebody who's been involved in different games over the past, 20 plus years, I have to say that it's really easy to promote Cards when, you're as engaged with the community as you are. You're giving back, you're regularly engaging with them on different social media platforms, putting more events in place and doing a lot to kind of foster that community. So I think it absolutely starts from the top. You have to have people who want to participate. And I think you guys do a phenomenal job of that.
I mean, I have a question. I would love to hear in the chat, for instance, if people would be interested in me just streaming personally in the coming months. Right? I've been thinking about that a little bit. I'm getting back on that ladder grind here and there. Getting my field marshals done and all that good stuff. So I've been thinking about turning on the stream. I just don't know if anybody would be interested in watching me my subpar plays here. I talk a good game, but now I have to walk it.
I will be there. I will guarantee you at least one viewer. That would be me. I can't speak for the rest of the chat, but we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll get a tally going by the time this third place matchup is done. So before we get there, let's get the bracket up real quick, just to see who's participating.
Yeah, as a reminder, we had so many names, you might have forgotten all of them, but it's definitely going to be good to know. Darkness, Vinnie, Deanne, No and 5. These were the semifinals. Darkness and No and 5 making it into the finals there, and our third place match is going to be Vinnie versus Deanne. I like, from a creativity standpoint, I like Vinnie versus Deanne more as a series. From a pure clashing of styles, I like the finals more with Darkness and No and 5. So
I think it's one of those things where Vinnie versus Deanne is going to be an entertaining, creative approach, creative clash, and then you've got Darkness, No and 5, two just masters of their arts going head to head. So it's going to be two very different matchups, but both will be equally entertaining in their own way. And we're going to go ahead and kick it over to Bubbles and Spooz to call all of the action.
There we are, back again. Bubbles, hope you had a nice little break there, and could think about the upcoming bronze match there, Vinnie versus Deanne. What do you think? Who's having the advantage here?
Oh, I'm really not sure. I think Deanne. I don't want to, back the wrong horse here, but I think his Germany-France cornflakes deck might help him out in that matchup. And I realize I'm sort of gambling on something which hasn't been working so far, but I have faith, and he seems to have faith in it as well. So I have faith in his faith.
Yeah, especially because Vinnie is not having that much aggressive list as no one had, right? So I would love to see this deck win at least one match there. So that would be really cool to see. What do you think are both players going to ban here?
It's a really difficult case. I think there's a really good case for banning this USA ramp deck again. It can very quickly get to the late game, and it can heal up a bunch as well. But I do think this Jagro one is going to be the one which gets banned from Vinnie. As for what deck Vinnie is going to ban, it's really difficult to say. I'm really not sure which one I'd ban, but I think I would go possibly with this Brit Japan deck as well. What about you? What's your verdict on this?
Yeah, I can really see Japan, Germany, Feigned Retreat getting banned from Vinnie, because as we saw, Deanne's deck is not really great against aggressive decks. So I would go for the Japan ban there on Vinnie's end. And Deanne, yeah, it's really hard to say. I think it's whether also the Feigned Retreat or you just go with the Brit Japan variant. Because as we thought that German France did not perform too well, but might be good against Vinnie. But I think you never banned that one.
I think Feigned Retreat is banned with it. I do believe it is the possibly the most scary of them, and we saw for Deanne just how overrun he got. Okay, but I think we have the ban, so let's take a look at them.
And it is both Japan's bad decks being banned.
So that is both Feigned Retreat Jagro out. Both players saying, I don't want to face that. I've got it myself. I know what it can do. And both banning it, which is, fair enough. No Jagro for this one.
You just see all the interesting decks now.
Yeah, does this surprise you at all, or do you think this makes perfect sense?
I think both bans make absolute sense, especially Deanne banning Winnie's aggro
Oh,
deck,
I
and
see.
also,
You think you know who's gonna win?
yeah, I mean, why would he call himself Winnie if he's not winning here? I also have a nice, how do you say, wordplay or like a for later, but wait for it. But for now, we just wait for the players to get into the match. Winnie versus Deanne for the third place match here. Do you know how much the third place will take away here as money?
I could find out relatively quickly. I can get back to you on that relatively quick.
350. It is 350 dollars. I see. It's 250 for third place match here. So it's whether nothing or 250. Who's getting the nice little weekend bonus into his pocket here?
It's a weekend bonus here. That's a month's work for me, Spooz. Yeah, I'm out there mopping floors and, hard at work. Mr. Moneybags over here.
I mean, that's what I usually earn an hour, right?
Yeah, your hourly wage.
Just
This
by
is
streaming
from
1 hour.
Streaming. Yeah. Big bucks in streaming, But no, I think it could also go either way, though, the whole series. Vinnie's decks do run a lot of healing, right? He's got Man Nostrum to use in his USA deck. He's got the Engineers and the these 2 free infantry that heal you as well in his Soviet one. I think it could very easily go either way. And I couldn't say who would take the series in the end. I think both players have a very strong case for them, and both players also have certain things backing them. Vinnie being a veteran to the game, very experienced in tournaments, and then Deanne being this sort of new storm coming in and just thrashing a lot of people with these sort of enjoyable decks where he's just doing basically what he feels like. He's just sort of just doing what he feels like, and it's working fairly well for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very far in a lot of tournaments in the past weeks and months here, and another at least 4th place here for him today, maybe even 3rd, and.
Oh, sorry. So yeah, 4th place does get a prize. There's a difference of $50. 4th place gets $200, and 3rd place gets $250. So it's only $50 difference. So I think because it's only $50 on the line, maybe the players here would relax a little bit. They know they're both getting prize money, and they can sort of, Vinnie can do his £2 deck, and Deanne can do his credit denial and his burn and these sorts of things. I believe we should have the match now, so we're just going to jump straight into that. We see once again.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
But you talked about healing earlier.
Yeah, the Man Nostrum for Vinnie.
Yeah, but I just figured out. So one matchup I faced was a complete counter matchup, like Honeys into redeployment. 4 fortifications. Looked like I got sniped there. But this burn deck can put out so much damage. We did not see the full potential yet. But I think if you are really finding the perfect answers, it's at least 40, 50 damage. And it does not really look like it, but it can really, really pop off there very quickly and deal a lot of damage. And Deanne with a almost perfect starting end here this time.
I mean, the thing which I think surprised me with Deanne's deck, and I don't know if this is a flaw or an advancement, but he's actually not running adlets. He has the Cross of Lorraine, but he doesn't have just the original adlets.
You're correct. Did not realize that yet. So I think they probably just changed the deck into a little bit more control style, like with all these root outs, so you have answers. It's not just full rage mode where you just put all this damage out and hope for the best.
But look at this, Deanne filling up his hand, and he's got the Reichsbank, he's got the Kriegsmarine, and he's got the Bismarck.
You know what I also realized? There's no Ride of the Valkyries in the deck, right? That is also a very essential card, and that might just be because Deanne is not having it. Could not craft it, not have any elite wild cards. It's so essential. It just can mean so much more damage each turn, and it's really making the deck weaker when this card is not in it.
But look at what's been placed out on the board here for Vinnie. I think this is the first time we've ever seen them in an OCC.
Actually,
not an OCC, in an Open or an OCC, in any tournament.
Do you know that Retaliation pops off before Marnostrum is healing?
Oh, so I didn't, but that could be...
Vinnie's HQ is at 10, and Deanne is having double Retaliation. He's just winning there.
Oh, yeah, and also
the Kriegsmarine. Oh my god, he can just play another Reichsbank, Kriegsmarine.
Kriegsmarine, Reichsbank.
And next turn, there comes the Bismarck, and the game is over. Oh no, there's a Marnostrum, unfortunately.
Yeah, Bismarck and Marnostrum next turn. He needs a second... Oh, this is going to be really tough. Maybe he should have tried in depth.
No, wait. They can just play Bismarck and Retaliation. When he goes down to 5 again, and when he attacks, he dies.
Doesn't go down to 5, does he?
He goes to 6. Oh, okay.
He goes to 6, but then it would kill him still, because it would hit the 6. So we've done the maths. Deanne might win. We're not too sure. We've done the maths, and we're not sure what the outcome is.
It's 6. It's at 5. Well, yeah, it's still dead. If Vinnie attacks, he's dead. So he should not attack. But what else can you do? You cannot wait.
Countermeasure activated.
He can't do anything. You cannot wait.
No, he can strap bomb. He can strap bomb.
Okay, strat bomb and then attack with the Lure. He really...
No! Vinnie! No! He had to strap bomb.
Maybe he did also not know about that interaction.
Oh, Deanne finally gets his win with the Cornflakes deck. With the retaliation.
I'm pretty sure Vinnie did also not know that interaction, because it's not... That makes no sense. No.
It's not obvious.
Because retaliation says, after your opponent deals damage. And Marnostrum said, when your unit deals damage. So you think it's attack, heal, and then retaliation triggers. No, it is completely different. And therefore, Deanne finally making this deck work.
And Vinnie, he's going to be beating himself up over not playing that strap bomb. I certainly would be.
If he would have played it, I think he would have won that one.
Oh, I believe so, unless...
Deanne only had triple Tailless Torque, no backup there. Oh man, really sad about this, I'm really sure. But finally we get something else to see here from Deanne.
Yeah, we get to see him switch deck.
Oh no, both Japan decks. So I also love to see the Brit Japan deck here from Deanne, like the credit denial deck. If you find everything in the correct order, it can be so annoying to deal with that. So I think Vinnie just sticks with this probably. Like you want to have ramp against that Brit deck, and also against US Poland Legions. So I expect Vinnie to go with USA again.
I'd like to see Deanne bring this Brit Japan credit in our deck out.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be as thrilling to watch as this last game was, but I'd certainly like to see how it interacts and plays out.
Yeah, it looks like both players are not the fastest here with finding the matches, but man, holy. But yeah, Deanne with this, I think the Ride of the Valkyries really makes a difference in this deck being super broken or just okay broken. But I'm also not sure if I like it. If you play this deck, I think you just go full Berserker mode and just put all the damage in that you can potentially have, like all the air blitzes, and don't play any control. Like what did the rootouts do there in the matches? Not much.
No, I mean, they seemed like they would do a lot, and we were always saying a root out here, maybe he can survive. But if you just can race your opponent, you don't need to have these survival tools. I feel like you've got a little bit of healing in cards like Liberation. I also actually really like the potential to use the Call to the Colonies, because you can heal or you can draw. It gives you a lot of versatility to do whatever you need to do. Our players are just having a couple of issues getting the match started, but we'll be with you in just a moment. But yeah, I'm very excited to see this Brit-Japan deck come out from Deanne. I don't know if he will bring it, but I'd certainly like to see it. I know Berto Burrito actually played this deck for a while on ladder, so I'd be very excited to see it make its way into a tournament. And I think the Open is the sort of perfect setting for this sort of thing. We often get, I think, more interesting decks in the Open than the OCC, because the people that have gotten there have gotten there through Swiss qualifiers instead of playing through a lot of ladder. I tend to find when you play that much ladder to qualify for the OCC, you do crush your soul a little bit in the process. Then you end up bringing things like Brit Air and this sort of thing. But in the Open, there's a little bit more freedom to do what you want.
Yeah, actually, Vinnie is complaining that he lost due to a bug there. What do you think about that? I mean, it's not what you think would happen there if you attack with a unit with Mount Nostrum, right? But I just found out it is that way. So I think Vinnie just did not know that this is the behavior with Mount Nostrum and Retaliation, right? Because usually you don't face that often.
No, I mean, it's not a usual matchup. I think it's a bit confusing based on the wording of the cards. But it is remembering that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bug. It's just how we interpret them isn't always correct to how they actually act. And you've got to remember, when writing how a card works, you know, if I'm writing the card for Man Nostrum, I'm not thinking, do I need to word this so that it will work with retaliation? It can be a very niche sort of topic. I think this is probably a thing we're never going to see again in the tournament, at least for a long time. It's sort of the most niche thing. I don't know if it's a bug. I don't believe it is. I believe it is, you know, just working properly, but I could be wrong. And I think it's also open to a little bit of interpretation. And until we get a final word from the devs, we wouldn't know.
Yeah. And what do we learn out of that? You better watch Spooz stream, then you would have seen that this is the interaction with Mount Nostrum. Because I think we had it 3 times, 4 times this stream. And as I said, I did also not expect it to be like that. And Vinnie, I think I can see Winnie's complaint here, but I would not call it a bug.
Okay, so I have good word that it's not a bug. And if there are any changes in the future, it will be to the wording to make the wording more clear than the mechanic itself.
It's just the order how the things are handled there, right? So you can never know. And I think it's not really a bug.
No, I don't believe it is. However, you know, should have strap bombed. Should have strap. I hate to be the guy that brings up the strap bomb after the case, but it was sitting there, and I feel like. Yeah,
better play it safe, right? Because he does not need the strat bomb anyways, and he could not kill Deanne there anyways. So why would you not strat bomb there and then attack to just play it safe?
No, I agree. We'll be in the game in just a moment. You know, I always feel like I'm one of the, what are they called? Like the airplane pilots. I'm like, we'll be landing in just a moment, folks. You know, we'll be in our cards game in just a moment. Please strap in your seatbelts and enjoy the view.
Oh man, that first match. So it looks like there is still some discussion going on here. I can see the point, but it is what it is.
There are currently some issues with challenges that are delaying the game.
And there also have some challenge issues additionally to that.
Have you tried Chaffee Chasing Shadows yet?
Yes.
How did it work?
I did it once, and it worked okay. But I think it's not super broken, it's just more of a meme. And also in that US deck, you cannot really synergize with... Because a lot of these US units already have Blitz, so there's not really a need to play Chasing Shadows. And on the France side, there are not really that many units where it's worth to waste the Chasing Shadows. So it's more like a meme chefy.
It does open you up to Hotchkiss though. Hotchkiss plus the pattern of the 32nd Infantry. You know, you rapidly buff up your Hotchkiss and you go full face with it. It can be a lot of damage.
With Chasing Shadows. No.
I mean, you're with USA France. Yeah.
What is Hotchkiss' ability? I forgot.
When you deploy a non-French unit, it gets +1 attack forever.
Ah, I see.
And then we also have the Kefas just come out, which I've not got to play with as much as I thought I would, because I've been, I've been tryharding ladder rather disgustingly, and I found it a little bit unreliable on the old ladder. But I'm very excited to play with that card when I get a chance. And then we've seen, I think, the second Piracy is probably the card we've seen the most of today, right? We saw a little bit of the Monaster, and we did see a little bit of these regulars, the Soviet Guard. But I think the one which has had sort of the most impact is this second Piracy. And we saw it take out this Joseph Stalin earlier, and it was super, super effective. I mean, it was a 2K units working together to take out a Joseph Stalin, and it was pretty scary.
Yeah, and it's actually really good in this 2-pounder deck, I found out. Because usually you play naval support in that one, and if you can manage to pincer an artillery unit with this, take out an enemy unit, your opponent is forced to take out that artillery first. And that gives you the chance that this 1/4 which Fury survives, you can move it to the front line, and make it a 4/4 with the naval support, and suddenly it's 8 potential damage to your opponent. And that's a really cool synergy. The unit in itself, right, with 1/4 Fury for 2 credits is very, very strong. So you do not even need the pincer to make it work.
It also synergizes really well with the Rule Britannia, not just because of the deck it fits in, because Rule Britannia fits in well with that deck, but also, we saw it had taken 1 damage, but it was still a 5 attack Fury unit, and it did a lot of damage when it was in the front line. And, Brits have the tools to protect their units and keep them alive. So you can do cards like Ultra, and you can do Secret Operatives to help keep it alive from cards like Sudden Strikes. And we could even see the inclusion of cards like Evasive Action in this deck to counter cards like Leopold and the Flampanzer from taking out these high-value units.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all of the cards, I think the one I like the least so far is the Lysander, because sure it is an intel card and can deal potential damage, but it's only a 1/2 and not that strong. But the rest of the cards, I think they're all very, very good and open up new strategies. I also like what are they called? The surrogates.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see any of those today, actually.
I think one of the players is having them in the deck. That's what I saw earlier. I'm pretty sure. But I'm not sure who it was. Yeah. One of them has them in the deck. Wait.
I don't remember seeing one, but it's possible I missed it. But I would have expected to see a little bit of it today, at least. It seems like a fairly powerful card. So it deals 2 damage to target unit, and it pins target unit, and it deals 2 damage to the units on the side of it. Now it's units, not enemies, so it won't hit the HQ. It won't damage the HQ. But it's still, against aggro, it's a really, really effective tool at just slowing things down. And our players are we're having some issues getting them into the match. We are working on it to fix it as quickly as we can. But you get Spooz and mine's most interesting chatter in the meantime as we discuss the expansion.
Yeah, I agree with the Surrogate. It's also very good against. Actually, nobody's having it in the deck. I'm not sure where I saw it, but I was pretty sure there was one player, but I was wrong.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
But it's also good against the artillery deck from Soviet, US, and it is just a lot of value there. For 2 credits, you can deal 2 damage to units and pin 1 unit. It's also a very good card. I like every single card out of this expansion more than the whole last expansion.
Oh, dude, I love the cards in this one. I don't know. I like the in the last one, I liked the M4A2. I really like the M4A2. I still like it to this day.
Which one?
The M4A2.
That 6K.
The 6K that adds 2 of itself. I think it's really fun. I tried it in Hyper Ramp as well. It wasn't too good, but it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that card.
And you Machines of War, that also what you enjoy a lot. You played that Soviet Britain deck a lot?
Yeah,
or was
yeah.
it Britain Soviet?
Britain Soviet with the Observer Core. I found the Machines of War really, really fun. And then we also had the Sakura. I found the Sakura fairly enjoyable. It wasn't as powerful as I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a lot more effective. But I agree, this expansion is... we've had some really good cards in this edition of it. I think, like you say, the Lysander is the worst of them all. And that's still, I think, a fairly cool card that could be built around. I mean, you can play that in Resistance, just to make your Resistance cards a little bit more annoying. It does have Intel and Exile, so there's potentially some combos with it, maybe using the Tano and things. I think it could see some play.
Yeah, I played it in a Brit Japan Intel deck. It was very successful, but the Lysander felt a little bit... I don't know. I mean, it's a unit that has Intel, that is always nice. It gives you a body on board, and also has a nice text that deals additional damage. And also, if you have 2 or 3 of these on the board, every card that your opponent is playing deals 2 or 3 damage to them. That is, it's hard to make that work, but it can be a threat for your opponent.
I think one of the main issues with the card is it has sort of no real home, because it costs 2, and so it's a very early game unit to deploy, but it doesn't have particularly useful stats in the early game. And then in the late game, it's not powerful enough of an ability to be of much use. So it sort of doesn't have a nice, like, it's not a powerful enough body for the early game, and it's not a powerful enough ability for the late game. I think if it was a bit more expensive and had a bit more of a flashy ability, I would have liked it a little bit more.
Yeah, I can see that point. Maybe make it special, make it 2/3, and make it deal 2 damage, something like that for every known card. I can see that point.
I think we're going to be right back just for a moment while we try and fix the technical issues. We shouldn't be too long. We will be back with you shortly. We apologize for the wait, but don't go anywhere. We've got some good games coming, and they shouldn't take too long. You know, if you go and get a drink of water or something, that's okay, but leave your volume on so you can hear us when you get back. We want to see you guys here when we're back.
See you.
And we're back with
Finally.
Deanne versus Vinnie. We've got them in game. It's all working now. Sorry for the technical issues. I hope you didn't go anywhere. I hope you're all, sitting comfortably. We're in for some good games now. We've got Vinnie bringing, I believe that is his Soviet USA ramp deck, and Deanne bringing his credit denial deck. I think we will see the turn 2 shelling.
No,
Or not
daylight
shelling,
bombing.
sorry, daylight bombing. However, Vinnie is on 0 credit slots now. Unable to play his War Machine yet. We'll see how long Deanne can hold back these credit slots for. He may just go for the Crusader on turn 2. There's nothing Vinnie could possibly have to kill it.
I think he's waiting for it next turn to play Crusader Raid.
Yeah. You can also go for the Southern Plan.
Oh, Southern Plan. So many options here.
I think Southern Plan is really most viable when played on curve. We see Vinnie going for the War Machine. It is slightly unfortunate for Deanne that the deck he built about limiting credits is up against a ramp deck, but Vinnie has multiple ramp decks, so it's going to be difficult to not get that. At least he's pushing back against Vinnie's ramp. I mean, Vinnie has played multiple ramp cards, and Deanne is still ahead on credit slots.
Might see the Crusader come out now.
Yeah.
Or is he can also just go Blackwatch. Might even be better.
I like the Blackwatch. Slow down Vinnie a bit more.
Deanne saw that there are not many units in the hand, probably, since I'm not sure why Vinnie did not play the 845th at some point.
I think Vinnie's very much was focusing on the ramp and just trying to stay as relevant as possible with the ramp. So we'll see Blockade come out. Only affect the 1 unit, but here comes the raid. Vinnie's hand is going to be very unfortunate this go. Able to play Ural Factory's Bloody Sickle or the 845th. I imagine we'll see the 845th come out.
Look at that Ural Factory, 6 credits. What? Oh my god.
And the 5k Bloody Sickle.
10k Partisans. Oh my god, this deck can be so annoying to play against.
However, it does still need to win, though. As great as Vinnie's game has been so far, he can War Bonds next turn. He can very much put himself back into this. I feel like the ramp makes it rather difficult. So
Deanne's only win condition are the commandos, right?
I believe he has a Commonwealth.
Yes,
No,
you're right.
yeah. So
Commonwealth, Rule Britannia. Yeah.
So I imagine the Rule Britannia is mainly for sort of like this this Blackwatch and things. You play it with the Blackwatch, maybe a synthetic rub, and you can do a lot of damage very quickly.
Yeah, there are also 4 Cup of Teas in the deck.
Yeah.
So you can make them really, really high on HP, and then you drop a Rule Britannia, and suddenly you have a 10-10 honey or stuff like that.
And another raid coming out, meaning Vinnie unable to ramp this turn. He may just go for the hammer.
Hammer on Blackwatch, yeah.
Yeah.
Or on the Crusader.
You can't really Zukov, because I believe the card you draw will also have its credits increased.
I think so too, yeah.
Which means it's not really a very good option. You're essentially paying that increased cost twice, once when you play the Zukov and once when you play the card, if you can afford to, that you draw from it. So yeah, I imagine we'll see the hammer come out on either the Blackwatch or the Crusader.
Decides to go for the Crusader.
Yeah.
Feels like the Blackwatch is not really a threat at this point, especially because there is an Avenger and you can just Avenger it next turn. Ooh.
Dan finding his first cup of tea. Cup of tea is going to be very important this match. Well, there goes the Avenger next turn.
There goes the Avenger play.
We'll probably see the Sickle come out on the Commandos.
Yeah, he found himself also 1 credit Sickle there, top deck.
Also has the Zukov. Not the worst turn for him, where to play anything he gets. But these cups of tea from Deanne could start to be very scary. Does need to clear the front line, but the Blackwatch very effective at killing these little infantries.
Also want a Sickle on the Commando, get rid of this one. Is he also running Carpet Bombing? No.
Zukov's out the 272nd. And Vinnie opting to trade into the Blackwatch over going face. Deanne could be looking at a Commonwealth soon. Oh,
Yeah, very risky to not attack face there, right?
the long-range Desert Group could be really impactful this game. And a shelling off the top of Deanne's deck.
And
Goes
another
for the
black.
Blackwatch, goes for the cup of tea, and it's really just starting to pop off. I imagine we'll see yet Daylight Bombing come out. Clears
Ow.
the front line.
Oh no!
Finds the Commonwealth.
He wins! Deanne wins!
Deanne takes the game fairly decisively. Vinnie just unable to do anything, even with multiple ramp cards. He never reached the war bonds. His only option is to play the Ural factories on this 845th and pray to get a mortar rifles. You have to pray for the mortar rifles. Goes for the parade instead, and that is game. Deanne Commonwealthing Vinnie out of the second game for the third place.
What a match. Yeah, I think everything just aligned here for Deanne in this match. Look at this.
It aligned beautifully. And I'm very glad we got to see this deck work that well. That was worth the wait. I'm going to say that was definitely worth the wait.
Wow, and it must have felt so frustrating for Vinnie there when you just sit there and whenever you see a play, your opponent is playing a card that is just destroying this play, making your cards more expensive, making you losing credit slots. It is so frustrating, so I can feel the pain here for Vinnie. And we jump. Wow, what is this?
Dude.
Not 15-minute break here.
Oh.
We just straight into the third match. If
It's
Deanne wins this one, he's the third place match for today.
Yeah, and we've seen Deanne have some relatively good success with this deck. And double Red Devils, not deciding to keep both by the looks of things.
Oh, look. Did Deanne give away the Plan West? No.
Yeah, he did. He just drew a new one.
Okay. What was he looking for? Probably Tano Regiment?
Potentially. Maybe like the engineers. I'm not too sure. Has the half track as well. I think the half track could be very nice this matchup, but Vinnie does have some tank guards, which are obviously not bounceable.
Oh, there's a Unity already.
Yeah. Vinnie, I believe, does have the it does have two confusions in the deck though, so you do have to
and another one.
Oh.
These
and I
devils.
imagine this hammer is probably going to have to be the saving grace here for Vinnie. Unless Deanne can find another Plan West and save the buff. Or considers going for the buff this turn.
He has two in hand.
Yeah. And yeah, like I say, Vinnie going to have to use this hammer to keep himself alive. Going to go for the Warbonds this turn. Playing it risky. And if Deanne not going to go for the buff yet, just going to hit face for 6. I was going to say, if Deanne was going to Unity that Red Devils again, it would be out of hammer range. But finds the naval at the top of the deck.
Oh, la, la.
And has enough credits to target the Red Devils. But yeah, there is this half track.
Yeah.
Thinking about going for the hammer. Goes for the hammer and the T60.
Good play. Because the T60 cannot be bounced by the half track.
Exactly,
so
yeah.
Deanne has to deal with it. And now he's having the Naval Brigade left.
Not only the naval, but the T-34 as well, and another T-60. Vinnie finding some beautiful answers to this game.
It's always naval, right?
I think you have to, yeah.
Like your opponent has to trade all of these 2/2s into that.
Goes for the parade, hits the Avenger.
Oh, what?
However, Vinnie overdraws, right?
Oh, and that Naval Brigade is just
Naval
gone now.
gets destroyed with the overdraw.
Deanne going for the nukes here, probably. since there's not much healing in any stack, and he overdrew the We Can Do It.
Can also go for the penicillin if he wants. It's a bit cheaper and would buff up his legions. I feel like that parade may be a mistake, which is starting to backfire on Vinnie. Can start to chuck up these T-34s though. Also has the T-60, but I feel like being a little bit more active may pay off here. Definitely needs like a Man Nostrum. Able to trade. Goes for both.
What?
I would have expected a trade into a red banner, but that's okay.
That is 8 more damage this turn, but Deanne not going for it. Just go straight further into the nukes there.
Clogs the front line. Vinnie really needing a Man Nostrum this game. Oh wait, why am I talking about Man Nostrum when he's got...
Yeah, there is no Man Nostrum. Almost his only heal was the We Can Do It. Or maybe 845th additionally, but we don't see any.
Look at this Stars and Stripes that Vinnie's setting up. You have to red banner one of these T-34s.
Deanne setting up, Stars and Stripes.
Yeah. I mean, Vinnie's out here is to
Yeah, he's setting us up himself. Okay, I see that one. So if you're really... Deanne here, you just go for the nukes, right? And win.
Yeah.
Not really. No. You cannot really win at this point.
Yeah, next turn you drop a nuke. Clears the board.
Clear the board? Yeah, exactly.
Next turn you play the other one and you win the game. Unless Vinnie can find a 845th rifles. I imagine we'll see Vinnie drop the ramp to try and draw some more cards. Trade out onto the board. And then try and clear some hand space. But it's definitely scraping here. Grasping at straws.
And at this point, not even one more We Can Do It helps. You need both of them now.
You need the 845th. But even if you play the 845th, there's risk it just gets Stars and Stripes. And then nuked anyway. Hits face for 5.
Oh, by the way, it's only having one We Can Do It in the deck, so...
845th is the only out.
Yeah. But even then...
Even
also
then,
need to kill your own unit.
Oh no, the nuke damage will do it.
Partisans. That's it?
That's game, right?
There's no way.
If he had a Euro factories, he could potentially get a Pershing in the front line. That has... Oh, but wait. Go for the Avenger. Go for the Avenger. Yeah. Red banner the Avenger. No! Oh, you had to play
the Avenger into Pershing, go to the front line. He had enough credits.
It's a 50-50 chance of getting the Pershing in the front line. Oh, but he doesn't see it. And ends up getting second Manhattan Project. Vinnie not quite seeing the out there to survive the second nuke.
Yeah, and that Pershing would have also survived that nuke.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 50-50 chance. You can get the other B-17, but I think it's a 50-50 chance is a lot better than a 0% chance.
Absolutely.
A lot better odds. And Deanne taking 3 fairly decisively as well.
That was impressive. I did not expect it to be that obvious win here. But all stars aligned, that burn deck worked perfectly. The Brit draw denial deck worked perfectly. And also the Legions deck here really paid off with all these early Unity strengths. Really a lot of pressure there for Vinnie. And yeah, easy 3-0. It looked easy. He made it look easy.
Yeah.
And I think we just give it back to Ollie and Christo at this point. How did you find the match?
Going into this, Ollie, you mentioned that, Deanne's matchup against No 5 was probably the least favorable matchup possible. And I think we just saw a perfect example of that when Deanne goes up against somebody like Vinnie, whose lists are a little bit slower. Deanne's list worked perfectly. What they brought to the table, what they were expecting to do, we just saw it all play out in textbook fashion.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there is too much to talk about here, really, because it's like you said, Deanne came in with plans. Those plans worked out. He won all his games, and if we put that into the context of the previous series against No and 5, Deanne came in with some plans. Those plans didn't work out because No and 5 beat him to the punch, and he lost all his games. So I think that's pretty much the story of what we were seeing here. I mean, I want to pretty much just touch on game 2 and just how potent that credit manipulation was, and how he was able to absolutely brick Vinnie's hand to the point where he was basically not able to ramp at any given point. It's absolutely nuts how effective that deck was in that situation, and I have a feeling that out of this lineup, we're probably going to be seeing this deck make an appearance on ladder in the coming weeks, given how it just displayed its capabilities here today.
And I think that matchup was a great example, because I was taking notes as I was watching that one, thinking that could have gone either way. Again, we talked about it a bit before, depending on how the draw went. If the ramp was able to get there and start to execute from turn 1, we would have seen a little bit of a different outcome there. But the ability to deny and build on Deanne's side was an absolute game changer, and we saw that play out. Just again, it was in textbook fashion. Like you said, Ollie, Deanne brought plans, and when they work beautifully, and we saw that happen there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just the way you kind of have to approach when you're playing against Deanne. It's like you know his plan, and your whole thing has to be around stopping his plan, and not necessarily following your own. And I think that's kind of, I mean, Vinnie made a couple mistakes. I mean, he didn't, for instance, try and go for the Pershing to stay alive in that last game. So maybe a little bit of frustration about how the first game went, lingering there, and then going into some connectivity issues. It's not really conducive to creating the best state of mind, let's say. Yeah. But I also think that just Vinnie was dealt a tough spot there. And I think this is the reason why we saw Deanne in the top 4. I think the series against No and 5 was probably just not indicative of how his games were going in the lead up to this broadcast. But this is why he's there. These decks are extremely awkward to play against. They really punish you if you try and go for the control side or kind of late game side of beating somebody. So yeah, if you want to beat Deanne, bring some fast decks.
And I think part of it is that mindset aspect you talked about as well, right? We saw the interaction with retaliation that maybe didn't go the way Vinnie expected it to go. Then you end up in these issues, and it's a little bit time consuming to go and get reconnected. You get back into the game finally. That game 2 is over in a second, and you just kind of have that mental stability to go and say, all right, what happened? Where am I at? Let me regroup. Go into game 3. It's definitely a challenge when you're playing in a tournament like this. It's not just about the skill when it comes to the game, but so many other factors that can be happening around you, especially when you're doing this remote, right? You're at home. Connection issues can happen. You don't know what kind of distractions are around you, so it takes a lot to be able to focus really on the scenario in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm watching on my second monitor here. We have game number 2 going on, and like it's turn number 8, and Vinnie still hasn't been able to pop his war bonds. He has a 5 credit bloody sickle. He has a 7 credit hammer. He has a 6 credit Euro factories. I mean, it's just like, what are you gonna do in that situation? And it's an extremely frustrating situation as well, because you're just like, next turn I'm gonna pop my war bonds, I'm gonna draw 2 cards, they're gonna be fresh, and then just like, nope, no, you're not gonna do that at all. But that tells us, Deanne secures 3rd place. Congratulations to him. Vinnie doesn't walk away empty-handed either. He walks away with $200. Deanne walks away with $250. So congratulations to both players. They both beat out a field of 270 players roughly that signed up. So huge accomplishment for both players here. But now we're gonna turn our sights to the finals. That's gonna be Darkness versus No and 5. And I talked about it, like from a creativity standpoint, that series between Vinnie and Deanne didn't disappoint. I mean, even though Deanne did take it 3-0, we did see Vinnie trying to do creative things. He just wasn't able to fully get that done. But now I think we're going to be seeing a lot more, what can we say, a lot more of a classic type of matchup. This is your ladder matchup effectively, where you are queuing up with a control deck and you queue into a Jagro deck, right? It's like, how are you dealing with this? And that's where I think both of these players are bringing so much excitement to the table, because they're both extremely potent and experienced ladder players that either favor playing control or favor playing aggro. So
exactly. And you're going to see a clinic on how to deal with those matchups, right? If you're that control player who typically ends up queuing into aggro and is having a tough time, well, see how Darkness does it. You know, if you're doing it the other way around, watch what No and 5 is going to do, because I think both of those players are going to bring a lot of expertise in these matchups to the table. Things that may not seem, or may seem a little bit obvious to others, you know, they're going to see take different directions, different lines of play. This is obviously open deck list as well, so they know a little bit more about what's coming and what they have to deal with, what they have to play around. But I, for one, am really, really excited to see how this plays out. The winner of this series is going to take home $650. That is the top prize. Second place, $400, not bad at all. So some good amount of cash on the line as we get into this finals. We're going to kick it back over to Spooz and Bubbles to call all the action for us.
I'm sad.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Christo. Back to Spooz and Bubbles here. Yeah. No and 5 versus Darkness. Darkness, one of the most experienced open players, and I think also the most successful, if I'm correct. What do you expect from the match here, from the finals?
I expect cold, calculated, plays with little room for error. There will be a lot of maths going on, far too much for my liking. A lot of calculations. And I think it's going to come down to some really, really close moments. I mean, we saw Darkness winning really, really effectively earlier with this Japan-Poland deck. I'd like to see a little bit more of this deck, and I'd like to see it just, these really close moments where it just perfectly takes victory. I mean, he had one kamikaze left when he had lethal earlier, so I'd like to see some more stuff like that.
Yeah, that was really impressive. And as Ollie and Christo also mentioned, it is like the clash of archetypes here. Like No and 5, usually known for very aggressive archetypes, and Darkness known for his control archetype playstyle. What do you expect here from both players? How do they go into the matches? What do they ban from their opponents? So I expect the Darkness German Brit deck, for example, getting banned, because this might be just the best deck against No and 5 decks. What do you expect here?
Yeah, I agree. I think the German Brit deck is definitely the target for No and 5. I think Darkness has a much more difficult question to answer.
Yeah.
I think the USA deck could be a really strong target. I think that could be a really nice one to take out. I also think this Brit Air deck is very scary. The Brit Air deck is always worth taking out. I think the Jagro deck and the No Heinz Heinz are the two that he is most comfortable against. I wouldn't focus on those two.
Yeah, completely agree. I had the same thought. What would you ban there from No and 5 if you are Darkness? And I cannot find a safe pick there that you or must ban. So I'm pretty excited what the players bring up for their bans. I'm not sure if we have them yet. Probably not yet. So, oh, we have them. So in a second, here they are. No and 5 getting the Brit Japan Air deck banned. And as we expected, Darkness just gets his German Brit discard draw denial deck banned. I think it was a logical choice, because with sudden strikes in it and Flampanzer, it's just a too good answer to a lot of No and 5's deck. And
yeah, I think these bans make a lot of sense. I mean, this is sort of what we're expecting. I mean, this Brit Air, while it's an aggro deck and Darkness is well teched against aggro, it's just such an effective deck that even anti-aggro decks struggle to beat it. You've got these Fury, Spitfire and Hurricanes, which are really scary with cards like Finest Hour to blitz them out. And then you also have cards like Bombers that can ignore guards. It can be really difficult to deal with them. Your best deck to do that is this Germany deck, but you know that's going to get targeted, so you're better off just getting rid of this Brit deck. And you can deal with the ground units from the US Poland a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. So players are already looking for the match, and I'm really, really hyped to see.
See, I think for game 1, I think we'll probably see Darkness bring his Brit deck. I could be completely wrong in this, but I'm expecting to see the Brit deck because I feel like it's the most versatile of the 3. I also think there's an argument to be made for the Soviet. And I used to think, I have to win with all my decks anyway. It doesn't matter in which order I bring them. But that philosophy is very wrong. It completely matters because mindset and momentum are very, very important in cards. You want to win as quickly as possible. There's also like mathematical reasons to bring your certain decks first, which is essentially based on trying to force certain matchups which are favorable for you. It's possible to have a series where you get matchups favorable to you and you completely crush the series, and then you can replay the exact same series with the exact same decks and get completely crushed just because you don't get the matchups you're looking for. So it is very much worth taking into account what decks you're going to bring early on and what decks you're going to bring later out.
Yeah, it makes absolute sense. So what do you expect then from both players to bring first here? You said Darkness would bring Brit Germany?
Yeah, and I think if he doesn't, he'll bring Soviet.
Yeah.
I'd be shocked if he brought the Poland deck because I feel like it's like the least versatile of the 3. I don't know what we'll see from Nolan.
No, you don't know, so we will see it now. There are the mulligans.
So yeah, Darkness bringing out his Brit German deck, and we see No on 5 bringing out No Heinz. It's like Heinz beans, but without the beans. It's just like the tomato sauce. Just a canister of Heinz tomato sauce.
So no one is also playing with triple Blitzkrieg.
Yes, and we see one of them in his hand, and Nolan keeping a very aggressive hand. We see the Panzer II. We see, is that 2 beef wagons?
Yeah.
So this turn 3 play and another Panzer IIA. This turn 3 could be terrifying for Dark.
And wait for turn 4.
What happens on turn 4?
Look on the most left card.
No, that's turn 3. He can play Blitzkrieg.
Wait, how? You don't have that much. Oh yeah, correct. He's having 3 units. Yeah. I was a little bit too greedy. I wanted the 4th one in the front line to have lethal there.
Spooz maths right there.
Yeah, look, it's not lethal. I'm not sure if you play the Blitzkrieg here, honestly.
It's not lethal.
Okay, no, with the commandos on board, you probably do it now.
I think you Blitzkrieg, you hit face. But no, plays it slow, which is fair enough.
With the Heinkler, you can get rid of 1 honey, and then...
And then if Darkness goes for the trade, you could also finish the other one off. But this commando is now going to get a 2-for-1. But you can sit on Blitzkrieg. It's okay to sit on it. You can very suddenly blitz out a whole bunch of damage. Goes 38T, finds another 38T, hits face for 2. We may see Darkness
finding all the carpet bombings there. Shelling, carpet bombing. He's also having a land lease.
But I mean, it's worth noting that Neon 5 can essentially get lethal out of nowhere very quickly with these Blitzkriegs. Even if you wipe a board, 2 or 3 units come down at once and they completely OTK you with it.
Yeah, the later the game goes and Known 5 is having cards in hand, there's always the potential of a Blitzkrieg OTK there.
Darkness goes for some bounce.
Not going to trade a Befehlswagen away.
And saves the shelling as well.
Interesting. Oh, there's the Greif.
Finds a Greif. Can put down the Greif and the Panzer II. Can move all his tanks to the front line and play Blitzkrieg.
14 damage.
Can do 14. I think you have to. I think it's too much damage to pass on. And with 3 Blitzkriegs in the deck, you do have a solid chance of finding a second one.
Yeah, and Darkness has to trade next turn, so
He
And
can Shalling. He can Shalling and then carpet.
I'm not sure if you want to leave the Grive. Oh, the Grive dies from it.
Yeah.
Never mind.
No on 5, taking his time, doing some calculations. Like I said, this is the matchup where both players will be thinking their turns out. Here comes the clock. Goes for the Spoils of War.
For the Spoils of War.
Wants to do this in one clean move. Finds the second Blitzkrieg. But is putting down units now. He's going to get shallinged into carpet bombed.
Oh, why would you play it this way? And then he's just stuck there with double Blitzkrieg now.
He's taken a huge risk with this move.
I was thinking, what did he want to find with Spoils of War there? He already had the Grive.
He wants to do this in one turn, but Darkness having his Shalling and his carpet bomb by not playing a Shalling last turn. I think I'd like to point out though, Darkness not playing a Shalling on turn 5 possibly baited Neon 5 into an uncomfortable situation. But there is a we can do it.
Ooh, that plays perfectly around the carpet bombing.
He may have just been looking for a we can do it. That might have been what he was looking for the whole time.
Yeah, maybe. You're correct.
Churchill.
Not that great. It is great, but not that great.
Goes for the guard.
But there's
but
a
Neon
pursuit.
5 has to pursue. I imagine we'll see the Greyhound come out.
Is it
the
lethal?
Pursuit played. No, it's not lethal. You can't.
Oh, not
pursue
enough
it,
credits. Yeah, you cannot pursue
But
and
if
play
you
the
do,
Blitzkrieg.
you can Greyhound and then pursuit. And
Greyhound,
this,
we can do it.
You don't even need to. You just Greyhound and pursuit. Hit face for 6.
I'm not sure if I not like the we can do it here.
Yeah, we can do it's a good option too. As there's good options all around. My fear is with the we can do it is Darkness can play the Churchill and then he can and look at that, moving up the engineers so he can set up the Blitzkrieg as well. My fear is Darkness plays the Churchill, clears the front line and moves up the C4 Highlanders. And then you have a C4 Highlanders in the front line and you can Blitzkrieg to trade into it. I think that's the risk with not bouncing the C4 is the idea of it taking the front line. It's a very scary risk.
Ooh, that will be a close one. So Neon 5 is having a lot of options here next turn.
Goes for the Fog of War on the guard, but Neon 5 can double Blitzkrieg and finish Darkness this turn.
Double Blitzkrieg for the win.
There's the first one. There's the second one. Plus 6 attack to all his units. 7-4, 8-4, and an 8-3. Trades into Darkness's guard and finishes in that turn. The we can do it coming in clutch. Neon 5 finding that second we can do it, or the first we can do it, was actually game changing. And by playing Spoils of War, he covered 4 cards of his deck. He looked at the top 3, and then he had a top deck as well. That Spoils of War play won him that game, and we all thought it was a mistake. But playing that Spoils of War covered 4 cards and let him found as we can do it. I think that was a game-winning play right there, and it's very easy to miss. But that sort of play can be tournament winning, and it's the sort of thing you think is a mistake when you see it, and you don't think back to it.
Yeah, I think that was a perfect example of how to play this matchup or this match in particular. There was just so many situations where I thought, oh, why is he not doing this? Why is he not doing this now? And in the end, I saw why he did certain decisions there. And it was really impressive to see how to play this deck properly. And he knew his time would come with the double Blitzkrieg there, just played it patient, have 3 units in the front line, knew Darkness could not get rid of all of them, and then, bam, popped off, takes the 1-0 lead here.
You know that moment where you realize, oh, that's why he's been doing this.
It's a very impressive 1-0 lead here. Darkness still having all the chances in the world to win these opens here. Just a 1-0. How do you say? What is the opposite of a 1-0 lead?
What do you mean the opposite of a 1-0 lead? 0-1?
He's 1-0 behind, or how do you say that?
Darkness is down 0-1.
Down 0-1. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So, what do you expect deck wise game?
So, since German US frontline is out. Known as having US Poland left and Japan Germany feigned retreat. I think he might just go with Japan Germany, I guess. And Darkness just sticks to this, to the Brit deck. Because I expect him to think that his Brit deck is good against all of Noan's decks. I mean that US Poland might be the worst option there, but not really sure. What do you think?
I feel like so Darkness I think will bring the same deck again.
Yeah.
But I think Neon 5, I think he'll bring Poland. I think the Poland's the best deck. I think he should bring Poland, but I'm not sure if he will. He may bring Jag.
I mean, at some point he has to win with both of them, right? So, but you also have to think what is Darkness probably bringing, and I think all of Darkness options are as equal against your Japan Feigned Retreat deck, probably, huh?
Yeah. Alright, we're just having some loading. We're just loading into the match again.
Just becoming a meme at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the servers... It's possible someone visited the offices yesterday and spilt tea all over the servers. It's possible that happened. It's possible that person got shouted at. I don't want to disclose who it was, but it's definitely someone's fault. But we shouldn't blame that person. I think we should be supportive of that person, because now they're going to have to replace all the servers, and they'll have to buy, new servers to replace the ones that someone spilled tea over. So I think we should congratulate that someone, actually. Yeah, I do believe so.
We've been so confident that this would not happen in the finals, and somehow...
It happens. It's one of the side effects of live events, is sometimes there are live delays. It happens in everything. Sometimes you're having a great, football match, and then the weather comes in, and the match gets cancelled, and these sorts of things happen. And the big advantage
here that the audience is just able to see more of us.
Exactly. That is.
Like, look at this, me just chilling under the trees here.
Yeah, how is your holiday in Japan with the Japanese fighters? Ooh, there we go. Look at that.
Tell you about this later. Now we go into match number 2 here.
Dude, these finals, I've been on point with my predictions. Look at this. Noan 5, US Poland. Darkness, US Brit Germany.
Oh, you're the real expert here.
The trick is just to predict everything's going to happen, and then you're always right.
Oh, Darkness again with the U16 turn 1 here.
However, no one...
Just getting rid of the 30 second. He had 2 in the hand anyway, so...
Yeah.
Oh, looks like you're having connection issues here, but might be back now. And Darkness just having another U16 there. Goes with the honey just to have some answers to this 32nd infantry there. I'm not really sure what the match plan of both players is. Like, how do they win the match?
I was just thinking that. I imagine Neon 5 is probably going to want to discard this P40 in this matchup. I don't think it's too useful. In fact, I'm surprised to see this P40 in Neon's deck at all, because it sort of isn't particularly... It's a bit slow against aggro, and it's not so useful against control. It's fairly effective against Brit Air, but I'm still very surprised to see.
A card we haven't seen in a while, right? Since it was nerfed to 3 health, it somehow disappeared out of almost all US decks.
I think the issue is, when it has 3 health, there's a lot of aggressive units that can trade into it, With the Type 93, any Japanese unit will trade into it. Air superiority from Brit Air will kill it. And then USA Frontline can engineer buff at 32nd or 35T. It pretty much means it dies to anything rather than needing 2 hits to kill it instead of needing 2 hits to kill it, it now only needs 1. So I
Yeah.
imagine we'll see the P40 getting rid of here. But we may also see the Unity. I do think the Unity has that burst potential. Not quite like Blitzkrieg had last game, but still has some potential.
Yeah, especially with the Plan West in hand. I think it can only be the P40 here. Especially with Darkness having Tactical Strike and Rough Lightning in the deck. There's just so much stuff that is just bouncing it and you wasted 4 credits here. But no one is thinking. Because it's turn 4 and you can also just drop this P40 here. He's probably thinking what he's wanting to do here on this turn. Oh, getting rid of the Unity. And playing the P40. But that just might be a good target for the Tactical. And there it goes. Bye-bye. And now, known 5 and not in the best position here. Oh, but that California can help. Especially in combination with the We Can Do It.
The Plan West, going wide for now.
Darkness having Root Out in the deck.
I don't believe so. He has the Carpets, he has the Shelling, and he has the Mud.
There's no Root Out.
Generally, people tend to not go for the Root Out, especially in Brit main, because you have this Munchkin Shelling.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to go too overboard with the AoE. California coming out. California could be a real issue. Now, you can Fog of War this, but then there's 2 more coming at you.
You probably don't want that one.
And especially if Neon 5 can find a Unity to put on this Cali, it could be a huge issue for Darkness.
Yeah, but because he's not having a lot of stuff to deal 1 damage. Like if you have, as you have with Soviets, when you have the sickle, you just sickle it twice, it only having 2 attack any longer, and then you can just kill it. Now this is really a threat. But also known 5, not really with a good backup hand here. So this California has to do some work here at this point. Going face here? Probably, huh? Oh. Wait, where did the first We Can Do It go? Oh, he discarded it probably.
Strap Bomb coming out with the cat. It's a lot of damage. Darkness able to find some Grenadier Guards. However, California can trade very effectively into it. And, you know, I'm surprised that we've not... I'm not sure if he's run
Land Underground stayed there.
You know, I'm actually very surprised that we don't see the what's the card? You know, the 3K buffer? Island hopping. I'm surprised we don't see island hopping in this deck.
Oh wait.
Carpet Bomb coming out.
Darkness just setting himself to 1 here.
Yeah, putting himself to 1, playing it close.
He likes to live lane.
And the Unity! The Unity top deck for exactly lethal!
What?
Oh, Neon 5 with perfect top deck for
I mean,
lethal.
Darkness was afraid of another underground state, right? Probably. Yeah. So guarding up there made no sense in his mind there, but actually would have saved him. And that Unity Strength's top deck, wow.
Oh, for exactly lethal as well. It was perfect.
Oh, man.
And Neon 5, 2-0 up. Darkness needs to bring it back against Jagro. Neon 5 has 3 attempts to get lucky with Jagro. That's a lot of attempts. And I mean, he's a very skilled player with these aggressive decks. And even though his pride, his Brit Air has been banned, he's still showing his strength. So Darkness needs to have 3 reliable games against Jagro to take this.
It should be doable with his list, but it will not be easy. Because if Jagro is just having the perfect starting hand, like 15s into Befehlswagen, 35T, Desperate Measures, Bombing Rate, all that stuff that is so annoying to deal with as an opponent, it can be an easy win for Jagro. Darkness switches to Soviets here now, thinking that this might be the best matchup for him against Jagro.
Oh, and look
early
at the
sickles.
board! Look at the board, Spooz!
That's the new one, right?
The new one, the rug! I heard some people complaining that it was just a rug, and to those people, I say you guys are uncultured, and rugs are beautiful. I love rugs. I like a good rug. We've got a rug in every hallway. We replace them when they get damaged, when they start to look like this rug here.
Then you probably have to get rid of it.
Yeah.
So Darkness not with that insane of a starting hand as he had earlier.
He does have the Bologna though, and he does have his guards as well.
But he already took some early damage here. But now, time for some guards here, like Bologna. He found all T60s. All 3 of them. So at this point, no one... What is he looking for now? Akita regiments? Exactly, because they can bypass guards with their 2 damage destruction effect. And then he's probably looking for Feigned Retreat as soon as possible, right?
Feigned Retreat or Enigma.
Or Type 94, also not bad. Sendai Regiment, that are the outs for Known 5 here too. Deal the 13 missing damage. Signal Regiment, exactly, would also be good. Oh man. That will be hard. Darkness looking for Mar Nostrum here to give himself back some HP health. That can be very, very hard. Huh. Keeping that surprise attack, because it's no longer a surprise. Waiting for the second one.
Yeah, the not very surprising attack.
The low surprise attack. Yeah, I think you always trade here, right? Before your opponent finds the signal regiment. Get rid of the units. 15's cavalry. There's the desperate measures.
Feels so rough for Neon. But if he but how is he winning this at this round?
I'm not sure. There's so many guards left
to come out, yeah.
And also at this point, a partisans make sense.
Although in another way of looking at it, how is Darkness going to ever reach this draw engine in the backline? Actually,
oh no, he needed that.
Man Nostrum.
Oh
okay,
God.
I take it all back. This looks rough for Darkness.
Yeah,
it just changed.
Agree.
That was it right there.
That Mar Nostrum was not really what he wanted to overdraw. And if no one found another Akita here, oh, that is so much damage output. And Darkness runs out of guards. He's not having a guard left in his hand.
No more guards, and no Man Nostrum either.
Oh,
Neon
God.
5 just has to decide how to trade. I mean, you don't want to rush these things. I mean, the question is, do you trade the 0 op or do you trade the 1 op? Do you trade the guy which can counter air units? Is there any air units to worry about? Not really. It's the whole line of logic to go through.
Oh, Known 5 so close to securing him $600 here today.
Yeah, and Darkness goes for the trade, takes the 0 op guy away, trades into the draw engine. KI-83 though. And it'll be too big for Darkness to snipe. He's going to have to Partisans Red Banner it. However...
No one keeping his Type 94 secret. I like it.
No, you've got to go for it. Because then you've got lethal with the 2 ground units if your A unit dies.
Yeah, I mean, your opponent is... What do I want to say?
It down. And this looks really... Line for a day.
But
wait. How is he getting out of this? Line isn't enough.
Line is not enough. Not even close to. That's it?
And I'm pretty sure that's it.
Cannot I mean, no. He can partisans, attack into the Befehlsbank, send the key back to hand.
Send the key back to hand. Yes. Okay, not
That's
done
his
yet.
only out here.
He's only out.
But then he has the same problem next turn.
Yeah, one problem at a time.
But we're not at this point yet. We are at this turn.
maybe
There he goes. He sees it. Does it.
Thinking. I think he's checking if there's any 6k thing from the Ural into it. There's no 6k guard. You have to trade. There's no
Only
7k
Tony and
guard.
the Jingle,
There's
right?
no. There's no.
What?
Oh, it's 5k. He went
It's
for
5k. It's a Euro Factories. Yeah, he did not use the red banner.
He didn't get the roll.
I think
Hoping
this
for
was
the
his
Osaka
shot.
Or the Teipai or the Chinu.
It was
Didn't
his best
get
shot
it.
to get a guard there.
Oh,
Wow,
darkness.
that was a
Not
fast
finding the Euro
3-0.
Factories. And No and 5 really in his element here, just completely running through. And
Holy moly. I did not expect that,
aggroing
honestly.
so quickly. I did not expect that either. Kudos to Darkness. He played really, really well, but Neon 5 absolutely deserving of this. I think that's the last of me and Spooz for the day, sadly. So thank you guys. We'll catch you soon. But back to Ollie and Christo.
Muted.
All amateur hour over here, apparently. I've only been doing this for a little while. But thank you so much, Spooz and Bubbles. Phenomenal cast. I think they said it best when they said that was not how I expected that to go.
No, I mean, the thought crossed my mind for sure, right? I mean, like we talked about it. It's aggro versus control. It's pure aggro versus control, and Knowing 5 just had the stuff that he needed to get in before the control aspect of Darkness's game really kicked in. I think that's what we just saw pretty much every single game. That was the story of that whole series. Is aggro sometimes beats control. Darkness didn't find the draws that he needed to be able to put up a proper fight. The inclusion of cards like Unity is Strength, like something that I highlighted when we were going into the semi-final series there between Deanne and Neon 5. I was like, hey, Unity is Strength. We don't normally see it in these US mid-range decks. Turns out it came in clutch, clutched him the win. So it's clear that this is not just a matter of just aggro versus control. The traditional decks, there was some work put into these decks by Knowing 5 to create decks that were able to deal with control in a more efficient way. And you just saw like this was a matter of turns. I think it was game 2 where it was literally just a matter of a couple turns. If Darkness was able to get his deck going, and then I think he would have taken that game. But Knowing 5 just slid in right on the buzzer.
And I think, we talked about it going into this, that both players were very comfortable with the type of archetypes they were bringing to the table. And I think we saw that cat and mouse game, like in game 1. I think Bubbles or Spooz brought up the fact that Darkness saved shelling, figuring, let me bait Knowing 5 into playing a little bit more on the table before I hit him with it. That's exactly what happened. But Knowing 5, I believe, figured that this is my best way of pushing. I have to, deploy to the table. I have to push the front line. I have to try and end this early. Otherwise, the control deck is going to take me over. So shelling, that's fine. I'll deal with it. I'll come back and I'm going to push again harder the next turn. And we saw that kind of back and forth. And it showed that both players were very, very familiar with the matchups that they had. Even, the last play we saw Darkness pull off the Ural Factories, trying to pull the guard. Yeah, sure, it could work. It might not work, but that's the out I have to try and win this game. So I have to take it. And that is through knowledge of their own deck, knowledge of the matchup, having played those over and over. You can only go with what you have in your deck, what you have in your hand, and you have to make the best of it.
I think that situation in particular was a very interesting one, right? Because you have to go through the thought process of Darkness. He could have taken the key 83, could have attacked the Befelswagen in the front line and then sent it back to hand, but he's not removing a threat by doing that, right? So it's clear that he took that thought process one step forward and said, okay, there is like what can we say, like above, I think it's even above a 50% chance that you roll a guard when you are rolling Euro Factories on a 4 credit Japanese unit. So, you know, it's an excellent high IQ play to realize all of these factors and to go for this play. He didn't get lucky this time around. That's the name of the game. That's how variance works in card games. That's just how it is. I think, for instance, like No. 5 getting that we can do it, getting that off before the carpet bombs coming in, like that's a huge thing as well. It's a lot of this is timing, but we can't discount like anything from either player here because this played out as a 3-0. I think both players played well. They utilized the opportunities that they were given, but this time around, No. 5 just simply too fast for Darkness, and I think that's his advantage. I think that's how he's been able to really secure a lot of wins in the tournament scene. That's how he's been able to establish himself at the top of the ladder, is by just being his aggressive self and always going completely, full send whenever he plays, and that works sometimes. It clearly worked today.
Exactly. Let's bring up the bracket for a final time as we see No. 5 winning the Cards Open number 10, taking home $650, defeating Darkness 3-0. You talked about it as well, Ollie. The wins that No. 5 was able to establish here, beating Deanne 3-1 in the semis, and then you saw Deanne go ahead and defeat Vinnie 3-0 in that bronze match. So again, it just goes to show that sometimes those fast decks, they're going to sneak underneath, they're going to get to you first, they're not going to let you establish your game plan, and that's what allows you to take that win. So we saw that happen here. Congratulations to No. 5 for winning Cards Open number 10. Darkness coming in second. We had Vinnie and Deanne compete in a fun and entertaining bronze match. So a big shout out to all the top four. They are all coming away with a couple of bucks. If you're Spooz, it's a nice weekend bonus. If you're Bubbles, then that is like a month's worth of salary. So in any case, I'm sure everybody was pretty happy with with the outcome today. Heck of a Cards Open 10. Very, very entertaining. Huge shout out to Spooz and Bubbles for doing a phenomenal job on the cast. I know we made them work pretty hard today. There's a couple connection issues that they managed to keep the chat entertained throughout. I know, Ollie, you weren't feeling 100% either, so big shout out to you for coming through clutch. You really hit it well and did a phenomenal job today.
Thank you. I just want to shout out everybody that tuned into the stream. It was an awesome show today. I always love these opens. I was like hard fact checked by Bubbles in chat here. Apparently, it's only 3 out of 14 options that would have saved Darkness there that he could have rolled into with those Euro factories. But I mean, hey, sometimes you got to roll for the long shots if you're gonna hit them. You miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. That's how that works. But no, it's been great. I'm super happy that I was able to be here today, even though I was feeling really, really bad. But you guys have brought the energy, and of course the players have brought the fun. So always an entertaining day to spend with you guys. Now I'm just looking forward to the next OCC. That's going to be the next tournament that we have rolling around. And for anybody thinking, hey, I might have a shot at beating some of these guys, then get to grinding the ladder, because you have today and tomorrow to make it into the top 38. The top 6 are going to automatically advance into the top 8 broadcast next month, and then the remaining 32 players will fight for those last 2 spots. So if you're interested in giving that a go, then get to grinding on the ladder right here, right now, and we might be seeing you in the next broadcast.
Right on, Ollie. Always a pleasure to be sitting next to you, Spooz, Bubbles, Mark Theus on the back end, pressing all the buttons. Bringer doing a great job keeping the players in check, getting the bans and all of that sorted out. From all of us to all of you, thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.